If we can start recording. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'm going to gavel us in to the July 13th, 2023 special meeting of the Boulder City Council. Thank you for joining us tonight. We're going to start with I've called to order, and we will start with a roll call.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone, and welcome back. We'll start tonight's roll call with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkers.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Here.
Spear.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Right here.
Councilmember Weiner.
Present.
And Yates.
I'm here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much, Alicia. So now I would like to ask for a motion to amend the agenda to make 3 changes, and they are to add item 1A, which is a declaration for Parks and Recreation Month presented by Councilmember Joseph. Item 5A, which is discussion on proposed unification of ballot measures that seek to extend the 0.15% sales tax. And item 5B, discussion extending midterm recruitment for the boards or commissions that did not receive any applications.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and second. Show of hands, all in favor? I think that's unanimous. So the agenda has been duly amended, which means that we now have an item 1A to do, which is a declaration for Parks and Recreation Month. Ginny.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett. Parks and Recreation Month, July 23. Since 1985, people in the United States have celebrated Parks and Recreation Month in July, recognizing the power of parks and recreation and building strong, vibrant, and resilient communities. Here in Boulder, Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of our community by operating our local parks, recreation centers, and other special green spaces like the Pearl Street Mall and Boulder Reservoir. Parks foster time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. Parks encourages physical activities by providing space for sports, swimming, walking, relaxing, and many other activities designed to promote healthy lifestyles. Through our Parks and Works program, we strive to make Boulder more resilient through infrastructure designed to help our community and natural disasters and to mitigate against climate change. Our local parks also foster environmental stewards who advocate for and protect our most precious public resources, our lands, water, trees, and open spaces and wildlife. Our parks and recs promote access for all by ensuring that all people in our community can recreate. They do this through award-winning programming for people with disabilities through our Expand program, targeted services for youth and older adults, and programs that address financial barriers to participation. The theme for this year's Parks and Recreation Month is Where Community Grows, recognizing that parks and recreation builds community by providing spaces for people to connect, celebrate, volunteer, partner, and play. These connections to nature and each other are more important than ever. The U.S. House of Representatives and the state of Colorado have designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. The Boulder City Council is delighted to join them by declaring that July is Park and Recreation Month in the city of Boulder. We appreciate the teammates across the city and our partners across the community who take care of our green spaces and provide recreation opportunities that meet the needs of all members of our community through our great facilities and programs. Now I pass the mic to Ali Rhodes from Parks and Rec for further reflection. Thank you.
Junie, thank you so much for that. And thank you, members of council. We're virtual tonight, and so I'm speaking on behalf of our team. I hope next year we can time this in person and you'll have an audience full of folks in high-vis yellow and our logo, because I'm speaking on their behalf tonight and they're truly incredible. I do have a few thoughts to share. As Junie said in the declaration, Parks and Recreation Month is celebrated across the country, but it's especially appropriate that we celebrate it here in Boulder, where we have an incredible parks and recreation system that truly is a symbol of our community's long-held values for and support for parkland, great public spaces, and well-being. With the community's support through visits to our facilities, votes for funding, and volunteerism, we're able to deliver a system that is one of the best in the nation. From experts in forestry to yoga to soil to ecology and water chemistry, our employees are also one of the reasons that Boulder has such an incredible system. And Parks and Recreation Month is an opportunity to recognize and appreciate their expertise, their passion, and their commitment to this community. I'm so grateful for each of them and hope that if you see someone out in that high-vis yellow in a park or in a logo in one of our facilities or taking care of kids at one of our camps, that you'll take a moment to thank them too. The community support is a gift we don't take lightly. Parks and Recreation, as mentioned in the declaration and from the National Association, we know it can be a solution to so many of the ills facing our nation today, including incivility, mental health challenges, inactivity, nature deficits, and loneliness. Parks and Recreation was created over 100 years ago as a solution to the challenges facing our cities, and we're committed to honoring our community's support and being a solution here in Boulder. We also have to appreciate and recognize that there are partners providing recreation in our community. Organizations like Boulder Tennis Association, the North Boulder Little League, and Boco Pickleball are key to delivering on our community's goals for parks and recreation. Some are volunteer-led, and we thank them for their time. Some are nonprofit organizations, and we thank them for their expertise. There are too many to call out tonight, but we'll be thanking them all. And to be honest, we're so grateful for all of them. Nearly 500,000 people visited our recreation facilities last year, and we know that in a typical year, over 95% of our community members visits Boulder's parks. And while we serve everyone, we're especially proud of our work to ensure access for all. Just today, I received some mid-year numbers, and through June, both enrollments and visits through our financial aid program are up over 20% last year. And this number is stunning. Visits through our free access program Equity are up 181% since 2019. This is a reflection of both increased need, but also our teammates' efforts to make the program better known and easier to access. This is also a great opportunity to share some exciting projects ahead to fill what the community has told us is most important, taking care of what we have. We have projects underway to invest in tennis courts and to replace past its life cycle equipment at North Boulder Park. A new restaurant and event lawn is underway at the Flatirons Golf Course. One of our most exciting projects, though, is actually new, as we finally develop Violet Park. We've begun community engagement to complete this critical gap in the system. And in this project, we're going to reimagine how local identities and cultural preferences can shape the look, feel, and function of a neighborhood park that is truly unique to this community. We're also eager to be including strategies for climate-ready landscapes and flood-resilient design. There's so much more I could highlight and share, but as I started with, I've seen your agenda and know you have a lot to do tonight. The recognition of Parks and Recreation and the teammates in our department is so important, and we're grateful for your time.
Thanks so much for that, Ali. And on behalf of the entire City Council, an enormous thank you to you and your amazing department for running our extraordinary Parks and Rec facilities. We're just so grateful. So big hand. Very good. Well, that was lovely. And now, Alicia, if we can move to our consent agenda, please. You're muted.
Yes, sir. I was getting to that. It's, I'm out of practice. All right. Thank you, Mayor. And our next item on tonight's agenda is item number 2, our consent agenda. It consists of items A, 2A through 2C.
Great. Does anyone have questions, comments, or perhaps a motion regarding the consent agenda?
I make a motion to pass our consent agenda.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. This is a show of hands vote. All in favor, raise your hand. And that looks unanimous. Okay, the consent agenda passes unanimously. So Elisha, if we can go to our first public hearing, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our public hearings tonight are item number 4. 4A is the review and comment on the proposed site development plan for New Vista High School, proposing to replace the existing school building at 700 20th Street with a new approximately 74,000 square foot, two-story high school, new sports field, an enlarged parking lot, and updated access. This is reviewed under case number LUR 2023-00017.
And for that, Mayor, we have Shannon Moeller here from PNDS to kick us off.
All right.
All right.
Wait, Shannon.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Good evening, council members. I'm Shannon Moeller with the City of Boulder Planning and Development Department. I'll just provide a real quick overview of the review and comment tonight for New Vista High School. So this particular review is being done pursuant to state statute and not through the city's typical processes. Colorado Revised Statutes 2232-124 listed here requires the Board of Education of a school district to submit a site development plan for review and comment to the Planning Commission or governing body of a municipality prior to construction of a new building. This state law does not further describe the review process or specify review criteria. So in this case, staff approached the review process similar to a concept plan. We use the typical review criteria and focused on policy considerations in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. So similar to that process, no approval or denial is being taken on the item tonight. The planning board held a public hearing on the item on May 16th, and City Council chose to call up the item for tonight's public hearing back on June 1st. So the property is an approximately 12.5-acre site located northwest of Broadway and Baseline. It contains the existing New Vista High School building that includes existing buildings, parking, and recreational fields. The underlying VVCP land use designation is primarily public, reflecting the current high school use, and the zoning is residential high 5 and public schools are allowed by right. The proposal is a replacement of the existing building with the new approximately 74,000 square foot two-story building that's proposed. The school district has determined that the existing building is no longer able to serve the needs of the high school population. The replacement building is proposed to be located next to the existing building, and following completion of the new building, the existing building would be demolished. The parking area in the southwest corner of the site would be updated as well with a new one-way pickup and drop-off lane, updated access, additional parking, and new bike parking. At the planning board hearing on May 16th, the board thanked the school district for their presentation and for sharing their decision-making process. They provided feedback on the site development plan, including on the proposed energy efficient building design, the site layout, and the vehicular parking. The board approved a motion to draft a letter to the BVSD Board of Education to incorporate the staff memo and summarize and note the planning board's input on the future school design. Then on June 1st, council chose to call up the item for tonight's public hearing. Staff recommends the review and comment discussion relate to the concept plan review and comment guidelines as was done at planning board, and primarily the policies of the BVCP that apply to the proposal. The ones staff identified at the planning board hearing are listed on this slide. Please note that in the interim, BVSD has been working to incorporate some of the recommendations that came out of the planning board hearing and the call-up discussion. Representatives from the school district are here tonight and would like to share those updates with council as part of this item. And lastly, in terms of the review process, the city is reviewing and commenting on the proposal per state statute, but isn't a decision-making body on the item. The school district isn't required to go through a site review process, and new construction of schools is permitted through the state. So as mentioned earlier, the planning board approved a motion to draft a letter to the Board of Education incorporating the staff memo and summarizing and noting the board's input. If council so chose, you could make a similar motion tonight, such as the one shown on this slide, and then staff could incorporate council's feedback from tonight into such a letter and provide that on to the school district. So that concludes the quick staff presentation, and we have representatives from BVSD here as well.
Thanks so much for that, Shannon. You know what? I'm going to recommend that we move to the applicant presentation from BVSD next, since they're proposing some changes from what we saw in our packet. I think it'd be good for us to hear about those. And then perhaps we can ask questions for either the applicant or staff after they make their presentation. Are people all right with that? Okay, great. So if I can turn to our BVSD representatives, please, and I'll hand the floor over to you.
All right, good evening, council members. My name is Chris Stoppenigan. I'm the executive director for the bond at BVSD. Joining me tonight are Rob Price, Assistant Superintendent of Operations for BVSD, and Jack Musso, our Principal Architect for MOA Architecture. Tonight, we hope to be able to provide additional information about the new Vista High School bond project and answer any questions brought up at our June 1 meeting. The review process with Planning Board is a bit unique on both sides in that we have not participated in a comment process like this with the Planning Board in the past. District feels we've learned a lot. We've developed a good working relationship with the Planning Board through this process. So we want City Council and the Planning Board to know that we did hear your comments, and we've spent time evaluating each one in relation to our design. We believe that feedback makes projects better. We appreciate the input from Council and the Planning Board. Oops, sorry. So we do feel the design of New Vista reflects our community values, people-centered design, efficiency, and community use. The design for this project has been a collaborative process. Jack and Rob have been involved since the beginning of our design advisory team meetings when we selected MOA architecture after a competitive process in the fall of 21. Jack will talk more here in a bit to our design iterations, the challenges we faced, and the changes our team has incorporated in response to the comments we received from the Planning Board. The community involvement and building design, and how the district came to the decision to put a rebuild of the school in November 2022 ballot began with developing a working group in December of 2020. It had been determined then that the building deficiencies at New Vista exceeded the budget and scope work of the then 2014 BVSD Facilities Master Plan. Community engagement, fiduciary responsibility have been recurring themes throughout this design process, and our duty to uphold the bond promise. So it was important that the working group include voices from the community, as well as people directly connected to the school. In addition to teachers, students, and parents, BVSD sought out members from the neighborhood, the Community Bond Oversight Committee, and larger community, which comprised about 23 stakeholders. Evaluating how to proceed the project, the group considered how well each option would meet the prioritized objectives. Constructing a new building on the same site was a stronger option for priorities related directly to student and community experience. Minimizing impact during construction, meeting educational goals, improving health and well-being value of the learning environments was paramount. A new building was a stronger option in terms of ongoing operations, maintenance costs, and sustainability and longevity as well. You'll see the cost really of the extensive renovation versus new build. New build became pretty apparent that was more desirable and more effective way to go. So traffic studies, feedback we heard through the stakeholder group, as well as site and surrounding street analysis played a key role in evaluating the placement of the building and the design. With that, I'd like to turn over to Jack so he can talk more to the details of this.
Thank you, Chris, and good evening, Mayor Brockett and members of council. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight and share the development of New Vista High School as we are moving forward. Chris, you want to go to the next slide? So I'll start here. This is the existing site and layout with the existing building on the New Vista property. You can see it paralleling 20th Street. Some of the constraints that we've been dealing with in the development of the design of the New Vista. One is the access to parking. As you can see on the existing site, the parking is accessed from one point off a baseline. That's a right in and right out only. That parking lot accommodates 75 striped parking stalls, but because New Vista is so desperate for parking, there are about 20 stalls or parked vehicles that cram themselves into the site in addition to the 75. So approximately 95 vehicles are parked on a daily basis during the school months. The building, as you can see, is operational. When we need that to maintain its school building function until the new building is open. That leaves us the eastern half of the, what I'm going to call the upper site. There is kind of an upper site and then a lower bench that drops down at Broadway as really the available property for the new building while the existing building maintains its operation under construction. Some of the other significant issues with this existing site, there is no vehicular drop-off other than off of baseline or off of 20th. There is no off-site vehicle drop-off area. That makes it a very unsafe condition for parents, friends, et cetera, to be dropping or picking up students before or after school. We worked very hard to resolve that. We also want to create that and maintain that great relationship to the lower portion of the site. There's a functioning play field down there that we want to maintain a great relationship to, as well as a great relationship to our University of Colorado neighbors. Next slide, please, Chris. You can see on the right then our current site plan. And in the lower left is, in the black and white, is a site plan that was presented first to council back in May. We've made some modifications since that time based on your comments. You can see the parking as it was described by Shannon in the southwest corner of the parking or of the site. It has two access points, one off of baseline, and then it empties out onto 20th. The parking lot as designed has 99 stalls. We actually reduced it by 18 since your May 1st comments to help bring into some alignment your thoughts as well as the needs of the school. And then the parking lot is developed in a much safer configuration, really focusing on vehicular movements, a safe drop-off area, and then safe exit out of the parking lot onto 20th rather than on the baseline. The building pushes itself up on the bench of the site and really has a forecourt of a really wonderful green space, outdoor learning areas, et cetera. We've also separated the service drive from the parking area, which is not currently happening at New Vista. That's another safety concern. We've got some great opportunities left for future student gardens that will help reduce some of our needed sod area. We've got 2 locations for bike racks. We actually doubled those from what we had preliminarily shown to you. We've got 64 bike stalls now. We've also added a sidewalk link between the sidewalk parallel and baseline and coming up to our main entry. And that's adjacent to where the bike racks are right by our main entry. I really want to stress that the design of the site is really focused on what we call a student-centric campus, really built around the needs and uses that the students have, that the faculty has for the students. Those outdoor learning spaces are really critical to how students learn, how teachers teach these days. And we really wanted to make sure that this campus really focuses and promotes those sorts of activities. We also explored a multi-use path at one point during the design of the project, leading from CU over to this site. That's very challenging with this site because of the grade changes. There's about a 25% slope to navigate, but I do want to stress we do have a handicap access between the upper portion of the site and the lower athletic field, and that's behind on the east side of the school, going from our parking lot and main entry, and down onto the athletic field site. Next slide, Chris. The early design iterations and early design concept are kind of represented in the lower left-hand corner. When we began the design of the building, we had some very ambitious goals in combination with Boulder Valley Schools to develop a school that reflects the unique academic functions and academic givings of New Vista High School, but also incorporates the highest levels of sustainability that the budget would allow. We looked at components like a geo-exchange system, like chilled beams, the curved building design, and the building actually at one point we were studying sitting on a crawl space of accessible crawl space under the building. I think we're all cognizant of our inflationary times and the impacts that certainly the last several years have had on construction costs have been very impactful. And unfortunately, that's caused us to have to step back a bit on our ambitions, but not lose sight of the goals for a high level of sustainability in the building, for a building that really reflects the unique activities and nature of New Vista High School, both inside and out. A building that is really reaching out to greet the students and the community, both through the building's design and the site's design. Next one, Chris. So some of the features of the building as it is designed today, we are, again, very focused on sustainability and energy savings and energy use. The building as it's designed currently has an EUI of 36. The existing building has a rating of 87. We've brought that down tremendously. We also feel with the building being designed to be solar ready, that at a point in the future when solar panels may be installed on the building, that EUI will drop even further. Our lighting power use is 40 to 60% less than the 2021 Energy Code minimums. We're incorporating systems like energy recovery RTUs, high efficiency gas boilers, DX cooling systems, energy recovery RTUs, advanced energy metering on the building. All of these are leading to a highly efficient building from an energy use standpoint, but also being fiscally responsible within the district budget. One of the goals the district certainly has is to maintain the building's design within the established bond budget, and also retain a level of equity between the costs of not only this building, but other buildings funded by bond measures within the district. Other sustainability features of the project: low flow plumbing fixtures, non-potable irrigation on the site, and are continuing to evolve our xeriscape design and looking at things like our student gardens and xeriscape elements within the landscape. Next one, Chris. I apologize, my computer locked up for just a moment and I'm unlocked now. I mentioned early on a real focus on student-centered building design. And that means not only the building once it's completed its construction, but the whole design and construction process. We've had students engaged in the design advisory group process. That's really been wonderful to hear their voices as we've developed the design of the school. One of the major tenets of the building design was minimal disruption during construction. That's why the building is set back as much as we can from the existing building. That's why we're not tearing the building down until the new building is complete. We're not moving students off-site to demolish the building and build a new building on top of the site that the existing building was. All of those are very disruptive processes to student learning and really can affect learning outcomes for years and years beyond just their initial impact. So we really feel that the decisions we've made to place the building where it is, to provide the programs, the STEM and project-based learning spaces, et cetera, in the building really focus on not only student-centered design, but New Vista students and their design needs. We have smaller instructional spaces to match the program size and academic offerings of the programs here. We have advisory rooms throughout the building. Those are really small group spaces where an advisor gets together with 5 or 6 students individually. We have presentation and performance spaces that are not only spread throughout the building, but are really unique, as you'll see in some instances. We have an art gallery and display spaces immediately as you walk into the building to show off student work and really celebrate the goings on here. We also are going to incorporate a history display within the building to celebrate the prior history of New Vista. The 70 years leading up to today will be celebrated on a audio-visual screen illustrating how the building has developed and changed through its generations to get to where it is today. And then I've talked about outdoor learning and some of those great opportunities that students will have here. Next one, Chris. These are some of the examples of what care and craftsmanship we're taking on the exterior of the building. In the upper right-hand corner is a photograph of an existing building that utilizes CMU, concrete masonry units, in its design and construction. And you can see the different textures, colors, and variations within the use of that material, and really what a kind of a wonderful articulation that has in combination with the glass and other elements of the building. We're using that same sort of concept here. You can see in the lower photograph around our auditorium, the really playful use of different textures, different colors, and different sizes of CMU. The playful development of the glazing system that's actually on the back of our auditorium. And then in really subtle elements beyond just the auditorium, you can see some of the banding in the CMU. We've carried around portions of the wall, both on this elevation and then on the rendering above this, facing to our west. You can see many of those same elements repeated. So the building has a very playful juxtaposition of materials, of colors, of textures and patterns that really give it, we think, a timeless quality and a really unique quality. Chris? This is a rendering of our gallery of student work. This would be just beyond the main entry. You can see it really feels like a professional art gallery. There is professional art lighting. There are really unique little cubbies for students to sit and communicate and collaborate, but yeah, all in the effort to really celebrate the students and the ongoings here at New Vista High School. Next one. This is an image of what we call our student commons. This is really the heart of the school, and you'll see that in a floor plan in just a minute. That's a big open space. We don't have a traditional library in New Vista. It doesn't today. It has spaces really focused on student collaboration, access to technology, access to resources, all built within this space that just kind of flows in and out of other academic spaces of the building. Chris? And this is our auditorium. This is one of our really unique spaces. Most auditoriums you go into are a black box. In New Vista, we've chosen to celebrate our relationship to our neighbors, to Broadway, to CU Boulder. And instead of a dark wall on the back of the stage, we have a glass wall. Now, we still have the ability to control daylight into the space with stage curtains, et cetera. So during performance times, we can attune the space just like you would want in a performance. But we really wanted to celebrate that connection and really afford the opportunity for the community to see in a really unique fashion what's going on at New Vista, and for the students to have that great connection out to the Boulder community. Chris? Our floor plans are really unique in terms of how both programmatic spaces are defined and laid out in the building, but also how the functional program centers around that commons, that student commons, and you can see that on the right-hand main level of the building. And that commons is angled, so it really has a wonderful focus right to the Flatirons. And we have big windows that celebrate that view, bring in the daylight into that student commons and really make it a really wonderful space. But some of the really unique academic offerings, and these haven't changed from the initial design to today, even though we've gone through cost saving measures, et cetera. The one thing that this building hasn't sacrificed is providing the program spaces and the academic needs that the students here need and demand. So we've got a great auditorium, we've got classrooms, we've got those advisory rooms, we've got a fitness studio, we've got lab spaces, science classroom spaces, et cetera, all throughout this school. It's really going to be a wonderful, wonderful academic environment. Chris? And then finally, we'll wrap this up with a look at the alignment to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. I think you'll recognize certainly in the next slide the support for residential neighborhoods and the process that this project has undertaken to involve our residential neighbors in our neighborhood to ensure that they've had a voice in the design, both of the site and the building here at New Vista. The preservation of historical context. The biggest element of that is we're not moving. We're keeping New Vista on this site. It's just a new generation of New Vista. And we've got those elements like that historic display within the building to help preserve that historical context. Design for people, for us, it's really designed for students. But we haven't left out our neighbors either. This is really a community-focused site with a lot of community opportunity to use the site. Some of those great outdoor spaces surrounding the building, the athletic spaces, et cetera, really provide the community opportunities to use this site. But it's really about the students and the success and safety of the students as well. Environmentally sensitive design, we've talked a lot about the sustainability, the importance of urban trees. We're actually planting, I believe, in excess of 66 trees on the site. Outdoor light pollution, pulling the building back from the street edge certainly helps that. I've talked about energy efficient design, construction waste minimization, that will certainly take place all throughout the construction process, and particularly during our demolition process. And then accessibility of schools, that's one of the main features above and beyond the existing New Vista that this building really provides, both from a vehicular transportation accessibility, but accessibility within the building. I think the existing New Vista has, if I were to count, about 5 different floor levels within it. Very little accessibility in terms of elevator access to those 4 levels. This new building is accessible throughout. Chris? And then the last slide here is just our timeline. All the way on the right-hand side of this timeline is where we are today, July of 2023. This project started as a working group back at the end of 2020. And those working groups included members of the New Vista community and neighborhoods, staff and district administrative personnel, et cetera. Eventually the design team, the architect was hired in the middle of 2021. Then we went through an extensive design advisory team process, and that again involved residents within the New Vista community, staff members, students, designers, et cetera, over about a 10-month process to develop the design of this school. As you recall, we've engaged the city of Boulder early in 2022 and have continued that conversation since that time. We really appreciate the feedback we got with you in May. We listened to it, we took it very seriously. We incorporated modifications, as I've stated, where they made sense within the context of the program of the building and the needs of the campus. And we've appreciated and enjoyed that collaborative spirit with the city of Boulder every step of the way. With that, Chris, I'll turn it back to you.
And that really, we just want to open up for discussion and questions, and I'll turn it back to you guys.
Great. Thanks so much for that, Chris and Jack and Rob, for being here and presenting us with those details. So now I'll ask council members if you have any questions for our BVSD visitors or for our city staff. Mark.
Just a couple. The 35 to 40 million, $42 million construction cost. Do you have that locked in? Are you? Is that something you've?
We have maintained that thus far. We're kind of nearing an initial GMP right now. Our projections show us in budget right at about that 42 million. We did just complete construction documents, so we still have about another month to 6 weeks roughly before we get those final numbers in.
They tend to only go one direction, which is north.
Yeah, we were hoping to come in south, but we all know how that goes.
Can you talk a little bit about what you're going to do, what programs you're going to do to minimize construction waste or recycle construction waste?
Yeah, Jack, do you want to
Sure.
speak to that, or?
Yeah, our general contractor has been involved throughout the final phases of design, and we have been looking at both waste segregation, separating out waste from construction materials and in the demolition process as well. We'll go through a full abatement process on the building when existing building when it's torn down. We're specifying recycled content and recyclable materials throughout the building as much as we possibly can, so that even the back end of the waste process, we're pulling waste out of the system and reusing it as recycled materials back into the building. But there will be a fully developed process by the general contractor that separates out waste materials and separates them for reuse as much as possible. We've been able to reduce waste by about 60% with the processes on hand, and expect to see that happen here as well.
And we'll do that throughout the demo process as well. We have a strong history of recycling furniture through the building, the reuse of that, and we'll evaluate throughout the whole process.
Thank you. And I guess my last question, and then it's just for my own edification. When you started the planning for this, excuse me, did you ever consider the cross-laminated timber technology for construction of this building, which is a very sustainable way of avoiding concrete and steel and that sort of thing? Just out of curiosity.
You know, it was an early consideration. We looked at, we try to keep our eyes open to a number of choices and opportunities in building systems and structural systems. Cross-laminated timber is a early pioneering system now. Unfortunately, while the system is available, systems are available, there's not a lot of competitive bidding within those systems, which drives their costs up considerably. We're hoping to see those costs start to come down as those systems become more available. But quite honestly, when you compare them to steel, and steel, well, it is not a natural, well, it is a natural material. It comes from the earth and ores. The majority, if not all, of the steel used in the building is recycled content. So while we're not using mass timber, which has what I would call kind of a sexier name in terms of sustainability, if you really look at the use of steel and where steel comes from, and where most steel is manufactured in terms of recycled content, it is truly a sustainable material.
All right, I'm hoping one day to get somebody to do that, but
I am too.
Okay, thanks. That's it for me.
And Mr. Wallach, we did evaluate that again. We asked the team to take another look at that even after this review and comment process. And, we evaluated again, like I said, and it just became what Jack just described yet again, is a local source for that became tough, and then a competitive source as well.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right, I got Lauren, and then I've got one.
Thanks, Aaron. I was hoping you could kind of run through just quickly what changes, because you mentioned that changes were made after the discussion, and I caught the bike racks. I was just wondering what other changes.
Sure, I'll summarize, and then Chris, if I forget anything, please let me know. One of your comments was about the preservation of history. So we've looked at incorporating a visual display within the building, focusing on the history of New Vista, and helping to educate visitors and students on that history. We've reduced our parking by 18 from that initial submission to you. And those 18 are actually, I think you'll find, really important spaces to pull off. They were the spaces closest to baseline. They faced, the front of the car faced baseline in those locations. So in our winter months, the headlights from those vehicles were shining on the eastbound traffic on baseline. We eliminated those 18 spaces. The nice thing about one of the nice things about the layout of the parking lot is it's single loaded against baseline, which means there's only parking on the right-hand side, on the north side of the drive, rather than against that side and against baseline. Makes it, we feel, a safer and more friendly parking environment and pedestrian environment. So that was a second thing. We've added 4 EV charging stations, and we've doubled our bike parking up to 64 bike stalls. We added that sidewalk path from baseline to the added bike parking, which is right at the main entry of the building. And then we're currently looking at locations to reduce sod, grass landscaping. That's one of the impacts that our student gardens space allows us to do, is to pull some of the sod out and use some natural materials. We're continuing to look at other opportunities for xeriscape to help reduce sod as well. We're also looking at and carrying what's called an alternate in the design to take the athletic field from grass to artificial turf, which will reduce sod, but also reduce irrigation needs on the site. So those are, I think those are the primary modifications we've made. Chris, have I missed anything there?
With the reduction of sod, one of the comments planning board came back with just in water use was drip irrigation, and it was a specification that we had that wasn't necessarily important or that we intended, but it was something that we took to heart and we valued as well. And we said, yeah, we do need to involve more drip irrigation. The student garden, we're really looking at xeriscape kind of potential for that. Instead of a student growing garden, can we look at native plant materials, seeding boulders, pathways through, where it's more of a learning opportunity, better to maintain, and again, reducing water use and sod. The other thing that we did, Lauren, is we revisited, what our cost modeling looked like for the geo exchange and chilled beams that we have in there. That was a disappointing part, for us as well in this, is that we had early estimates of this when we were going through initial design phases of approximately, 7 to 8 million as a premium for those systems. When we brought a contractor on board, they told us we were a little unrealistic and low on that, and they expected more to drive up around the $10 million mark, which then took away from, again, the equity of sustaining the bond promise throughout all our projects and the 50 plus schools that we will be touching. But we asked to just kind of renew that. We're also looking at what our, because you see the slope challenges here, right? And where we're putting this and the building placement. And so can we reduce our footprint a little bit and harvest soil from the north lot, and then use that to bring up our grade. The grade is challenging for the building. Make sure we have it structural. So reduction in traffic and just what we can utilize on the site kind of goes to minimizing our construction waste as well. Is is what can we do to utilize what we currently have there.
Thank you for that.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I'll just say one more thing and then I'll let you go. I apologize. With the reduction in parking, we've increased the trees. We actually have about 92 trees we're planning on there. So we're hoping that landscape and that buffer provides, just more of that curb appeal that you'll see there. Thank you.
Thanks for that. With the geothermal, I know the last state legislative session, there were a lot of tax credits and things passed for geothermal systems in particular. Have you guys looked at if any of that helps bridge some of that gap? I know that they were pretty substantial because there is a strong interest from the state energy office to try and prioritize those systems.
Yeah, Chris, I'll jump in on that. This is Lauren. This is Rob Price, Assistant Superintendent of Operations. We have pursued some of those opportunities, continue to watch them. A lot of those opportunities that come along are not well suited for Boulder. They're looking for more rural school districts. So we've applied for several grants to put solar on our buildings, looking at different types of mechanical systems. But unfortunately, we haven't been successful yet. But I can assure you we'll continue to pursue those grants.
Thank you.
Anything else, Lauren?
That's it for now. Thanks.
Myself and then Matt. My question was on the site layout. I noticed going to the east from the building to the southeast, there was something marked in orange, and I didn't fully understand what that represented. I wonder perhaps if it's easy to bring that slide up.
Yeah, just give me 1 second here.
Sure.
I want to compliment everybody. This is, I think, the first Zoom meeting I've been in where nobody has forgot that they're on mute and nobody's had trouble with technology yet, except me.
Jack, you just cursed us.
You speak way too soon. Yeah.
I'm sure I did.
Now I'm looking to make sure I'm not on mute. Is this the slide you're referring to?
Yes, that's right. So there's that orange bit like to the east. Yes.
Talking about right here.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah. So whoops, if I can not do that. Jack, is this kind of that path access here that we have that goes from concrete to a decomposed granite, if I remember
correctly? Correct. Off of Broadway, there's currently a gate in the fence right there, and that's emergency vehicle access for fire department, ambulance, etc. Should there be a need to get a vehicle over to the athletic field. So that is a refined crushed granite path for vehicles to be able to drive and get over to the athletic field. It then transitions to the concrete and then over by the that little basketball court area gives them the ability to turn around.
Got it. Okay, so is there pedestrian side access from the east side at all?
There is not currently. That's the multi-use path that has been examined, looked at, etc. And as I explained when I was looking at the site plan, right where the cursor is about a 16-foot elevation change and about a 25% slope. Right. That's very difficult to meet City of Boulder standards in terms of ADA access up it. So creating a ADA compliant pedestrian path on the north end of the site coming from Broadway over is really, really difficult.
And is it possible to take it from further to the south, like where that vehicle access is, or is there a reason that has to be a vehicle access only?
That access, I believe, has an easement on it that only provides for emergency vehicle access. Right. I do want to stress, Mayor Brock, that this is an issue that is still being discussed, evaluated. We may find a solution for it in the near or future here. We just haven't landed upon it yet.
Got it. Thanks for that. Matt, did you still have a question?
Can I colloquy
I
on that real
did, but I
quick?
saw Lauren. Yeah, I saw Lauren wanting to colloquy. Go for it, Lauren.
Well, I was just wondering if that access easement was with the city of Boulder, and if we might be able to help with allowing different kinds of access there in terms of bike or pedestrian access.
Lauren, we're happy to continue those discussions to work with city staff to see what we can make happen there.
Great, thanks. Matt.
So, so the mayor kind of led into where my question was centered is on that multi-use path, and I heard a couple things that I think are quite easily resolved. One was there was concerns about having enough soil and fill for the building. Well, excavating out to manage that slope from the tunnel will give you some of that dirt, as well as we already are near a high school that has a steep grade on a multi-use path that is way beyond ADA standards. That goes by the Arboretum, and yet we that is the way it is. And so I'm not sure that that should be a limiting factor if we gain that accessibility, which is a primary function of being a student-focused campus. I think gaining that accessibility on the north side of the athletic field is a pretty critical thing, and getting people to think about other modes of getting in. I know riding on baseline, not that fun. And certainly, crossing and the very narrow nature of 20th there with a lot of cars is also equally less fun than if you have a multi-use path getting onto campus. So I'd really hope that we can find a way to make that multi-use path extend into what is now a bounty of bike parking on campus. So I really hope we can lean into that.
Yeah, and we don't disagree, and that is what we're looking at, is harvesting that north for the soil and stuff. And then with that, we still have drainage and grade and kind of civil considerations for sheet flow and everything coming off the neighborhood that we're calculating. So we do not disagree. I think where we've been evaluating is from what the BBCP states as far as ADA, multi-use path and the grade that has to maintain. And so I think that's where one of our questions lie. And as Rob Price said, we're happy to continue those discussions.
Great, thanks for that, Matt. Okay, so that is a good segue from questions to comments. Seeing no other questions, do people have comments for our BVSD visitors? Rachel.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to say thank you for taking a look at the requests that Planning Board and some of us made for parking reductions and more bike parking. You weren't obligated to do anything that we asked for or requested you to look at. So I just want to say thank you. That seems like really good faith partnering on trying to improve the community outcomes here. So thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
I'll just pop in here and continue with that to add to the thank yous that I do really appreciate the changes that you made. They were very responsive to our comments from before, from Planning Board and from Council. And I mentioned about better bike ped connections from the south and from the west, and you've really done that, which is fantastic. And so really appreciate the flexibility, and then just urge you to continue the exploration of bike ped access from the east. And I don't want to leave folks with mobility issues out in the cold. So hopefully there's an ADA compliant solution out there. But as you've heard from us, I think that'd be positive for circulation and such. But just fundamentally, thank you for the changes that you've made. Matt.
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, I'll echo and then add maybe some place for moving forward. We appreciate the quick responsiveness, right? When you first came to us, this was, design was 100% cooked, and there was probably a sense of futility of providing comments and feedback from some of us. So we appreciate that you guys were able to do that. And with that said, I think that there's an opportunity, there's a learning moment here for both of our sovereign entities to think about process going forward and how we can come at these really critical infrastructure like schools in communities like Boulder, where we can have that collaboration start earlier in the process. And I would say, we look to, our friends at CU, just like BVSD, sovereign entity doesn't have to do a thing that we would recommend or hope. but yet they bring us in very early in the process, and therefore some of our recommendations are more effective because they enter in at the ground floor. And I think that always, as Chris brought up, that collaboration always makes a better product on the back end. And so I'm just hopeful that going forward, whether it be another elementary school, middle school, or high school that gets redone, that we think about that earlier process to integrate the city, be it planning board, some community groups, or just bringing us into the fold, because there's a lot of great expertise and great ideas that all center on getting us in the same direction and the same community values that we want to go forward with. So I just hope that's an opportunity that we see going forward in the future.
Feel free to respond.
Oh, I said, yeah, I think, like I said in my opening we have learned a lot through this process, and I think we have developed a good working relationship. So thank you, Matt.
I forgot one thing, so thank you for letting me double dip. Sorry. I forgot to say, it looks awesome. Like, what would make you want to go back to high school? It's this building. It's incredible. I took some screenshots and pictures and sent to them to some new Vista parents. So just want to say awesome. And people, I think, will be excited to go to high school there.
I feel the same way. Thank you.
I'm going to colloquially and say I'm afraid that was not enough to make me want to go back to high school. But
I'm with you, Mayor Brockett.
Lauren.
Thank you. I'm going to echo, what everyone else said about early collaboration and, appreciate what you guys have done here in terms of taking our feedback and coming back to discuss this with us in more detail. Like Aaron said, I hope you will continue to look at those multi-use path connections. And I also, like the interiors on this building, I think are really excellent and exciting. I still, seeing that original design, it just breaks my heart a little bit because it was really fun. And I don't know if there's any way, as much fun and as well as you sold CMU, I don't know that I completely buy that as the most exciting exterior building material, but maybe there's opportunities for murals or other fun ways to make the building really showcase more and be, have the vibrancy outside that it has inside.
All right. Well, seeing no other comments, I'll just say a final thank you, Jack and Chris and Rob. Really appreciate you spending the time with us tonight for the changes that you've made. And I'll just mention from a personal note, my youngest child attended New Vista, and it's an extraordinary institution, and it deserves this building. And I look forward to the students getting this phenomenal new facility.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Have a good evening.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Have a good night. And with that, Alicia, can we go to our second public hearing, please?
I was going to say,
open the public hearing.
Right.
My mistake. And we do have one person signed up who I owe a big apology to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if we could open the public hearing, and Lynn, you have my deep apologies. I owe you one.
It's Molly Sorensen.
Molly. Double apology.
All right, Ms. Sorensen, you should be able to address council.
Okay, I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I guess you can't see me. I don't know why. But anyway, I apologize if I should have made a comment earlier, but I just wanted to say hello. My name is Molly Sorensen, and I wanted to thank you and talk to you a little bit about the New Vista building this evening. I am a proud parent of not one, but two 2023 graduates of New Vista. And I also have another student that will be a sophomore this year. I'm also the current PTO president at New Vista, and I'm here to represent the New Vista community. I believe that we're all, I know you've already said this, in agreement that New Vista is in desperate need of a safe, new, and well-functioning building. That's very evident. And I say this because the Boulder community obviously overwhelmingly supported the bond issue on the ballot last fall for BVSD and New Vista to begin construction on the new building. And I am here to implore you as a parent to please, let's let this move forward as quickly as possible for the sake of the students. Right now, it's not fair to them. This building is literally falling down. When it rains outside and snows outside, it's dripping water everywhere. I mean, I just want to make sure that you understand the importance of the construction moving forward and staying on schedule for us. There's so many reasons why, but students are number one. And I know you already heard about all the thought and planning that went into the decision as to which building and campus should have been chosen. And, you know, there was a competition among different architects and engineers as to what would be the best design and what made the most sense. So, I mean, they have taken a lot of different things into consideration. And I know you also heard tonight that they took into consideration your feedback. So I am just asking you, please, to let this go forward. You know, they need to have this building as soon as possible. They're talking about it being ready in winter of 2025, and we would really like to see that happen. And I just wanted to mention about the parking. As you know, New Vista is an open enrollment school, and it's a very unique education. And we bring students from all over the area. Some of them from mountain communities, they don't have access to public transit. Some of them have to drive. So that is a reality. Also, a huge fundraiser for us is selling parking spaces for the CU football games. It's one of our biggest money makers for the school and for their advisory program. And I think you need more spots for CU, as well as the Chautauqua Shuttle in the summer. We provide parking for Chautauqua Shuttle. So please just keep that in mind. I know I'm out of time, but thank you.
Molly, thanks so much for those comments, and really apologize we didn't sequence you in a little earlier. That was my fault. But I think we are absolutely in line with what you're saying, and we left with no additional requirements, and the project should move forward expeditiously.
Okay, I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your work on the PTA there. Okay. Now that we've wrapped that up, Elisha, if we could move to our second public hearing, please. And this one, I'll actually do a public hearing.
Oh, you did fine, sir. We're coming out of recess. All right. Since that public hearing hasn't been officially closed, we'll move to item 4B, which is the concept plan review and comment for a proposed redevelopment of 4401 Broadway with a 107,250 square foot mixed use project to include housing, retail, light industrial and art studio space, community green space, and a new home for the Boulder Museum of Contemporary Art. The project proposed consists of approximately 17,000 square feet of museum space, 17,500 square feet of at-grade storefront commercial space, and 72,750 square feet of residential space split between 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and live-work units with 96 parking spaces provided. This is a 29% reduction. This is reviewed under case number LUR 20-2022-00046.
That was a mouthful. And I have to say that our staff team is on point today with the slides. So Chandler, if you can introduce yourself and kick us off, that'd be great.
Sure, absolutely. Chandler Van Skok, Principal Planner with Planning and Development Services. And yes, next time I might keep the description a little bit shorter, so I actually have something to talk about during my presentation. Thank you, Alicia. So I will be discussing the 4401 Broadway concept plan tonight. So Shannon went over this a little bit in her presentation, but this is concept plan. So the purpose of this is really just to provide feedback and review the general development plan, including uses, circulation, alternative transportation methods, architecture, environmental preservation, et cetera. It's intended to give the applicant comments from the public, city staff, planning board, and city council early in the process, and there will be no formal action on tonight's matter. In terms of public notification, a written notice was sent to property owners within 600 feet of the subject property. Notice was also posted on the property in the form of signs. Staff has received comments and questions from neighboring property owners and residents. There were some concerns expressed over the proposed site access. The vast majority of comments received were expressing support for the proposed project, and those comments are all included in the planning board packet, which is referenced in the city council memo. So the project site is located in North Boulder at the northwest corner of the intersection of Violet Ave and Broadway. The site currently contains an auto repair shop on the southern lot and a shopping center on the northern lots that includes retail and restaurant uses. The site currently has 2 access points off Broadway, with the primary access on the southern portion of the site also providing access via a 25-foot public access easement to the neighboring property to the west, which is 4439 Broadway. The project site is located within the boundaries of the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, which sets forth the official vision for the future of the North Boulder Subcommunity and is the basis for decisions regarding the long-term preservation and development of North Boulder. The NBSP provides specific actions to be carried out by the city, other public agencies, and the private sector related to future development. It was also the basis for rezoning of a portion of North Boulder in 1997 and establishes the street and pedestrian and bicycle network. The plan was adopted in 1995 and subsequently amended a few times over the years. Within the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, the western portion of the site is designated as residential, and the eastern portion along Broadway is designated as mixed-use transition to adjacent residential. The North Boulder Subcommunity Plan defines the intent of transition areas generally as the areas adjacent to the Main Street business area should contain a mix of uses in a lower scale of intensity than the uses along Broadway and Yarmouth. They should provide a transition between the Main Street and the adjacent residential and industrial areas. They should also contain residential and office uses, neighborhood serving restaurants and personal service uses in a pedestrian-oriented pattern with buildings located close to the street and parking in the rear where people can live and work in close proximity, possibly in the same building. In terms of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan land use designations, there are 3 designations on this site. There's medium density residential on the western portion of the site, mixed use business on the southeastern portion of the site, and manufactured housing on the northeastern portion of the site. In terms of zoning, the site is split zoned between MU2 on the east and RM1 on the west. Just quickly, some zoning metrics. So MU2, the portion of the site zoned MU2 is roughly 1.7 acres. There's a minimum open space requirement of 15% of the site. There is a floor area ratio maximum of 0.6, which in this case equates to about 46,180 square feet of allowable building area. The max floor area for principal buildings is 15,000 square feet. The maximum building height is 35 feet, and the maximum number of stories for buildings is 2 stories. The RM1 portion of the site, which is residential medium 1, is about 1.3 acres in size. This zone district has a minimum open space per dwelling unit requirement of 3,000 square feet, which kind of coincides with the underlying land use designation and generally produces a density of roughly 6 to 14 units per acre. There is no maximum FAR. The max building height is 35 feet, and there is no maximum number of stories. The site is also located within the North Boulder Arts District, or the NOBO Arts District. The NOBO Arts District was started in 2009 and achieved official nonprofit designation and recognition of the district by City Council in 2017. The district encompasses the areas on Broadway north of Violet Avenue and all abutting properties. The NOBO Art District webpage describes the NOBO Art District as an inclusive, grassroots, community-focused organization dedicated to promoting artists and creative businesses located along Broadway and the adjoining neighborhoods in North Boulder. The NOBO area is characterized by upscale, mixed-use new urbanism, high-end restaurants and shops, and a mix of funky, artist-friendly warehouses the Novo Art District creates opportunities for artists to connect with each other and the broader community, promoting engagement through art, education, and events. The community cultural plan is also relevant in this discussion. It was adopted in 2015 and outlines community priorities around Boulder's culture and creative economy. While this plan is not considered a regulating plan, and it would not be, the project would not be reviewed for consistency with this plan during site review, staff finds that it may be nonetheless useful for the purposes of the concept review discussion. Relocation and expansion of the BMOCA facilities is consistent with many of the community priorities outlined in the plan, including support for cultural organizations, create and enhance venues, enhancing the vitality of the creative economy, and support for artists and creative professionals. So the surrounding context of the site, this is a shot of the site looking north. 4 Mile Creek borders the site on the north, with the Ponderosa mobile home community lying adjacent to the northern portion of the site on the west. Immediately northeast of the site across Broadway is the future site of the North Boulder Branch Library, which just commenced construction in February of 2023. Further north and across Broadway to the east is the Uptown Broadway mixed-use development, which contains approximately 40,000 square feet of commercial space and 245 residential units. The development has mixed-use buildings aligning Broadway and Yarmouth frontages with parking to the rear, and multifamily residential buildings on the eastern portion of the site. Buildings here are up to 48 feet in height, and beyond Uptown Broadway to the north is the Holiday mixed-use new urbanist neighborhood. This is a shot of the site looking south along Broadway. The Violet Crossing development to the west across Broadway was approved in 2010. There are 98 units there, predominantly 2 stories, with some buildings being 3 stories and 35 feet. And then the single family neighborhoods of Crestview West lie south of that. And then the Shining Mountain Waldorf School is immediately across Violet Ave to the south, which is currently in the site review amendment process for their school master plan. So some details on the existing site. As I said before, it currently contains an auto repair shop and a shopping center. The site currently has 2 access points off Broadway, with the primary access shown here on the southern portion of the site, also providing access via the 25-foot public access easement to the neighboring property to the west. So that 25-foot access easement is shown there in red as shared access. On the north side of the site, there is the shopping center. And then there's also adjacent to the site a city-owned outlot, which is intended for flood improvements. The site is impacted by the 100-year floodplain. The violet lateral of Silver Lake Ditch is also located along the southern portion of the proposed development. And then, as I mentioned before, the city-owned property, which is an outlot, is impacted by the high hazard flood zone that includes a portion of the existing shopping center, which is located within a building easement. However, the outlot is intended to accommodate future flood improvements and Broadway street improvements. So to jump into the proposed project, the applicant is proposing to redevelop the properties at 4401 and 4481 Broadway with a roughly 107,000 square foot mixed use project, which they are titling the North Boulder Creative Campus. It would include housing, retail, light industrial, and art studio space, community green space, and a new home for the Boulder Museum of Contemporary Art, or BMOCA. The project would be composed of roughly 17,000 square feet of museum space, 17,500 square feet of at-grade storefront commercial space, and roughly 72,750 square feet of residential space, for a total of 67 units. The applicant is proposing to provide 96 parking spaces, which, as Alicia mentioned, is a 29% reduction. The current proposal shows 30 attached units located on the RM1 portion of the site, that is the western portion of the site. Attached dwelling units are allowed uses in that zone, but live-work units are currently prohibited in the RM1 zone district. In addition, given the size of the lot area zoned RM1, roughly 57,000 square feet, it is not possible to provide the required open space per unit, which would equate to a total of about 90,000 square feet for 30 units. So while it is possible to request a modification to the minimum open space per dwelling unit standards through site review, it is only possible to do so to permit the averaging of these standards across multiple lots that are subject to the same zone district and within site review. And the overall allowable density cannot be greater than what is permitted by the underlying zone district. So given this requirement, there's currently no process through which the applicant can receive approval of the 30 units on the RM1 portion of the site under the existing zoning. So the concept plan submittal outlines the general style and massing of the proposed project, but does not include details on materials. On the eastern portion of the site, the proposed museum is shown as highly contemporary in style with a sloped form that decreases in height from 3 stories on the east to 2 stories on the west. The 3 proposed mixed-use buildings along Broadway decrease in height from north to south, with the 2 northern buildings being 3 stories in height and the southernmost building, which wraps the corner of Broadway and Violet, being 2 stories in height. These buildings include glass storefront at street level and a contemporary design with vertical elements, paneling, and large windows on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Per the applicant's written statement, the concept review includes 3 courtyards, west, south, and north, connected by pedestrian alleys, encouraging walkability on and beyond the site. The applicant implies that an open space reduction will be requested and that such a reduction is necessary to provide additional residential units at a much smaller size. As noted above, the minimum required open space per dwelling unit in the RM1 zone is 3,000 square feet per unit. The applicant is showing roughly 17,555 square feet of at-grade open space on the RM1 portion of the site, which equates to roughly 585 square feet per unit. Reference images were provided in the application packet to give an idea of the architectural style that they're pursuing. So just to go back over, so the summary of required modifications as currently presented. There are some modifications to the land use code that can be requested through site review. These include 29% parking reduction, a modification to the maximum number of stories to allow for 3-story buildings in MU2, where 2 stories is the max, a reduction to setbacks, and an increase in the maximum allowable building size to allow for a 17,500 square foot museum, where 15,000 square feet is the maximum floor area for a principal building. There are other modifications that would require rezoning and or land use map change and or changes to the use and intensity standards. So one is the museum as a use. Museums are currently a prohibited use in MU2. Live work units on the western portion of the site in the RM1 zoned portion. Those are currently a prohibited use in RM1. The proposal to provide 30 units on the western portion of the site at approximately 585 square feet of open space per unit. That's not something that site review allows us to request. And then the overall FAR on the MU2 portion of the site, as shown, is currently 1.02, where the max FAR in MU2 is 0.6. And again, there's no way to ask for just a straight increase in FAR through site review. So this went before the planning board on March 21st, 2023. Planning board heard presentations by staff and the applicant and asked questions. 8 members of the public also spoke. The planning board discussed 4 key issues at the public hearing, which I will be recommending that the council use as guidance for tonight's discussion as well. First key issue is, would planning board support either changes to the MU2 use standards or a potential rezoning of the MU2 portion of the site to allow for the proposed museum use? So that one's really just aimed at how you feel about the museum use on its own. The second is, considering BVCP and North Boulder subcommunity plan goals and policies, would planning board support a land use map change and or rezoning to one or both portions of the site in order to allow for the proposed density? That's basically asking how council feels about the 67 units. The third is, oh, sorry, I should change these to council, but I guess I am speaking in the past tense, so it still makes sense. The third was, does the planning board feel that on balance, this project is consistent with the goals and policies of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan? And the fourth was asking if the planning board had feedback on the conceptual site plan and architecture. So I'll briefly go over the planning board feedback on these key issues, and then we'll open the key issues up for city council to discuss. So key issue 1, the board generally expressed support for the proposed museum use and supported a targeted update to the North Boulder subcommunity plan and a subsequent amendment to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan land use designations to facilitate rezoning. The board generally did not support updating the use standards in the land use code and preferred a broader community feedback-driven process to change the underlying land use and associated zoning. Some board members expressed concerns over rezoning without a specific development commitment, i.e. a site review submittal, as well as potential time and cost impacts associated with the required processes. For key issue 2, in general, the board agreed that a targeted update to the NOBO plan and subsequent BVCP land use map amendment would be necessary before they would consider supporting rezoning the site to allow for proposed density. So again, kind of just the board wanted to gauge how the community felt about the density before committing. Assuming the NOBO plan and BVCP land use designations were updated to support higher density zoning, they would only support a rezoning request if it were tied to a development proposal. The board was split on the issue of whether the proposed units would provide market rate affordability as indicated by the applicant. For key issue number 3, this was kind of split. 3 board members generally felt that the proposal was on balance consistent with the goals and policies, and 4 board members generally felt that the consistency was to be determined based on the outcome of all of the processes described above. For key issue 4, planning board generally supported location of the museum on the site and liked the open space layout on the eastern portion of the site. They were generally supportive of the proposed building massing. Individual board members offered a variety of comments, including the need to address access concerns by the neighboring property owner. Some felt that the access should remain open no matter what, and some were not concerned with location of access as long as it was mutually acceptable to the neighbor. Several members felt a strong need for a robust TDM plan. There was a desire expressed for excellent, awe-inspiring, and challenging architecture for the museum. Agreement that there is a need for more detailed programming for the proposed open space and consideration of the design of the northern wall of the museum as it interacts with the adjacent multi-use path along 4 Mile Creek. So I will be presenting the same key issues for discussion. I don't need to read them again. Key issue 1, just briefly, again, is basically how does City Council feel about the proposed museum use, and would you be willing to support rezoning of the MU2 portion of the site to allow for the proposed museum use? So some considerations for this. Again, under MU2 standards, museums are prohibited. Floor area as shown on the MU2 portion of the site is roughly 76,750 square feet, which equates to an FAR of about 1.0, which is over the maximum allowable FAR of 0.6. So it is only possible to request a modification in FAR through site review to permit the averaging of these standards across multiple lots within site review that are in the same zone district. And overall, the allowable FAR cannot be greater than what is permitted by the underlying zone district. The prohibited museum use could only be allowed through rezoning the property or amending the use table in the land use code. And let me know if you'd like me to stop during this to discuss the key issues, or if the plan is just to come back to these after I go over them.
We'll come back. So we'll have a questions first, and then we'll come back.
Okay, sounds good. So in order to rezone the property, the rezoning must be consistent with the policies and goals of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan and meet one of the following criteria. So in this case, I've highlighted the ones that are most likely to be used. The applicant demonstrates by clear and convincing evidence that the proposed rezoning is necessary to come into compliance with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan map. This one is problematic because, as described before, the underlying land uses on the site don't really support higher intensity zone districts. The other two are that the land or its surrounding environs has changed or is changing to such a degree that it is in the public interest to encourage redevelopment of the area or to recognize the changed character of the area, or the proposed rezoning is necessary in order to provide land for a community need that was not anticipated at the time of adoption of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. So kind of addressing the rezoning criteria, staff has been working with the applicant and kind of taking this apart for a while, and there's really currently no feasible out-of-the-box zone district that would support the proposed project in its current form, either issues with use, FAR, or BVCP land use consistency. So it is likely that if council is supportive of this proposal, that we would have to explore creation of a flex zone district, which is allowed per the code. And a flex zone district would require a recommendation by city council that staff begin to work on that process. In terms of the other rezoning criteria, 5 or 6, which I described. 5, which is about the changing environs, is not really feasible because of the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, which is adopted in, since its adoption in 1996, has guided the area very clearly. And relocation of the existing museum use does not necessarily qualify as a community need that was not anticipated at the time of the adoption of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. So, given that the existing NOVO plan and BVCP land use designations do not support zone districts that would allow the proposed project, the following processes would be required. So the first is a targeted update to the NOVO plan to amend the underlying land use designations. This would require initiation by city council and incorporation into the PNDS work plan to be executed by staff. The second step would be a Boulder Valley Comp Plan land use map amendment, which could be initiated by the applicant concurrent with the rezoning request. That land use map amendment could only really happen if we amended the NOVO plan first. Following the land use map amendment, likely creation of one or more flex zone districts to accommodate the proposed project. So for key issue number 2, this one is aimed at gauging council's feelings about the proposed density of 67 units on the site. So considerations for this proposal does include 67 units on a 3-acre site. That comes to a gross density of roughly 22.3 dwelling units per acre, which is about as high a density as the city of Boulder allows. So 37 units on the MU2 portion of the site, which by themselves are close to the maximum FAR allowed on the site currently under MU2 zoning. Again, there's no process to increase FAR under the current zone. 30 units on the RM1 portion of the site with no process to reduce open space. The MR land use designation anticipates a density of roughly 6 to 14 dwelling units per acre. So we're talking about basically doubling that. Rezoning to higher density residential zone, either RH5 or RH6, would require amending the BVCP land use map to HR. And just worth noting that it would be the only parcel within the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan with an HR land use designation. So these are kind of sub questions: is does council agree that the provision of 67 residential units at an average size of just over 1,000 square feet per unit would support market rate affordability? And given the surrounding context and the North Boulder Subcommunity objectives for areas designated residential, does council feel that changing the underlying land use designation from MR to HR and rezoning the RM1 portion of the site to a higher density residential zone district where the proposed density and live work units are allowed is supportable? Key issue number 3 is whether the council feels that on balance this project is consistent with the goals and policies of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. These are just some policies that I've listed that staff feels the project is consistent with. So enhanced community benefit, unique community identity, compact development pattern, variety of centers, commitment to a walkable and accessible city, support for local businesses and business retention, role of arts, cultural, historic, park and recreational amenities, etc. So in particular, the applicant is relying on the project's consistency with the above policies taken from Section 8 of the comp plan, which relate to arts and culture, as well as the associated 2015 Community Cultural Plan and the associated Novo Art District designation. At the most basic level, the applicant is arguing that the city has numerous policies and plans that support arts and culture. North Boulder has become the city's main area for arts and creative industries, and this project would serve as the central hub for arts and creative industries in North Boulder and the city as a whole. And then key issue 4 is just more of an open-ended discussion, feedback to the applicant on the conceptual site plan and architecture. So quickly, next steps. Following the concept review hearing, the applicant can either proceed with submitting development review applications or may submit a second concept review application. City Council does have the authority to refer the project to DAB and or TAB for feedback. It's worth noting in this instance, DAB/TAB referrals are most effective when specific items for discussion are provided by council. And a timeline for these referrals would also be very helpful because we're talking about a lot of process that would likely need to occur before they were ready to submit for site review. So we'd want to just make sure that council is aware that if there was a DAB and TAB referral, we might be talking about a few years before those happened. And then a site review application will require a decision by planning board, subject to call up by city council. A rezoning, land use map change, or other legislative action would require a recommendation by planning board and would be subject to a final decision by city council. So this will be coming back to you in some way, shape, or form. And now I can take any questions.
Great, so let's have questions for staff. And then is the applicant planning on speaking as well?
I believe so.
Great. So let's do questions for Chandler, and then we'll go to the applicant. I've got Lauren to start.
Thank you. And thanks for that presentation. I'm going to ask kind of a basic question, which is, why are museums prohibited in the MU zone district? Like, I'm just having a hard time understanding what horrible impacts we're concerned about them having on their neighbors.
You know, it's a good question. I'm not exactly sure of the answer. I can say that the only place in the city where MU2 zoning exists currently is North Boulder. There are other MU zones, such as MU3 and MU4, I believe, where museums are an allowed use. Also BMS, the zoning on the hill, museums are an allowed use. So I'm not exactly sure why museums were listed as prohibited when MU2 was created.
Okay. And then my other question is going to be the same, but with the live work units, why are those prohibited in the other zone district?
Well, RM1 is really, I mean, it's a medium density residential zone, but it's I would say a low medium residential zone. So the zone district itself is definitely geared towards kind of strictly residential uses. And I think when the zone district was created, live work wasn't quite as popular or as widespread as it's becoming now. So there was probably just some trepidation around allowing for part commercial, part residential uses in a medium density residential zone.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
Mark, then Matt.
I have a few questions, but some of them are based on the staff memo that was presented to us, if that's all right, to ask questions on that basis. First question, is it possible to get a list of all of the existing businesses that will be displaced by this project and what they might be doing? That's always something of concern to me.
Yes, I can provide that list, and the applicant can definitely speak to that as well. I know they've been in close discussion with the existing tenants on the site, so I'm sure they'd be happy to talk more about that.
Next, is the land value of the donation supported by an appraisal?
Not that I have seen, but again, I would probably defer to the applicant to talk about that in more detail.
Okay, I would think that would be fairly important for us to know in terms of the value of that donation. And I'm now looking at what the memo describes as the community benefits of the project. Do you know if this were presented as a 67 unit project in which $2.4 million of land donation was going to partially offset the community benefit requirements, what would be the cash in lieu payment for the rest? Do we have any idea what that would look like?
I do not, but I can.
I think that is important because as I understand what is being proposed, the rest of the community benefits are things like equitable and accessible access to the arts, as if it would be permissible to have inequitable and inaccessible access to the arts. And I'm looking at that and going, what is that? Or integration into the Nobo Arts District is a nice benefit, but it's not a community benefit specific to this project. And so I want to know what it is that, since it is proposed that we do a donation and nothing further, I would like to understand what it is we're expected to give up in terms of the community benefits, as opposed to getting cash for the balance or something hard and fast in terms of housing units.
Mark, do you mind if I cut in here with a question here? Because I don't believe they're requesting a lessened cash in lieu amount for affordable housing. Chandler, are they requesting to pay?
No, that's correct. If they're not providing permanently affordable units on site, they'd be subject to the same inclusionary housing requirements as any other development.
Okay, good. But it would be nice to know what the balance of that is, and it would be nice to know if there's support for the amount of the donation. Next, on the parking reduction, are we sure that 29% parking reduction is not going to create conflict between people who live there and people who are visiting the museum? I'd hate to have hand-to-hand combat over parking spaces whenever it's an appropriate time for people to visit the museum. I would think the museum would have some concern about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's still so early in the process in concept review that we're not really looking at detailed TDM plans or anything like that. But if they came in with the same request during site review, we'd be doing a way more in-depth analysis of potential parking impacts and making sure that we felt it was supportable before saying yes.
And I will leave off with the question of, can you define what market rate affordable might actually be? I guess, compared to what?
Right. That one I will again defer to the applicant, because I know they have some specific ideas in mind about what they mean by that.
And in that vein, I'm very happy the plan calls for 67 units at an average size of 1,085 square feet per unit. But since 2/3 of the units are one bedroom, and supposedly they are supporting market rate affordability by being small, how do you get to that average of 1,085? The 2-bedroom units would have to be gigantic. I'm just not understanding the calculation. That's one of the staff memo.
Yeah, and I think that may be, so I made that calculations based on the numbers provided in the concept review. So it may be that the live work units are including the entire floor area, both the live and work portions. But again, I think that's something that the applicant would be happy to address.
I will ask one last question, and it's almost rhetorical. I'm not sure I've seen a proposal like this where almost everything in our current land use code and zoning ordinance requires modification to make this happen. Have you ever seen the like?
No, I don't know that anyone has.
Okay, interesting to know that. Thank you. Those are my questions for the moment.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Aaron. I could probably answer Mark's last question. It's been intentionally restrictive, our land use and zoning, for so long. That's why we've never seen it. So we have a chance to right that wrong. I have two questions. One being, and I don't know if you mentioned this, but I didn't pick it up, but flex zoning, have we done that before? Does it exist anywhere? And if so, in what capacity?
I think we've only done it once or twice. It's not something that we typically do. I don't know if another staff member has more institutional memory of times when we have done it.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Charles knows all.
Not all, but a little bit about flex zoning. So the flex zone was included in a suite of updates to the city's land use regulations back in the mid-2000s. And the idea behind the flex zone was really to allow to borrow from different elements of the zoning code. So you can pick a form standard, you can pick your intensity standards. So it's kind of a menu system, kind of a cafeteria zoning is what we refer to it as. It's been used once, I believe, for the Granary project that's off of North Broadway. I can't remember what the cross street was, but allowed the applicant at the time to kind of pick and choose some standards in order to get the desired outcome. So we do have some experience using it.
I appreciate that. And then another question I have has to do with interior ceiling heights and how we would accommodate that. And just for reference, I'm the council rep for the BMOCA board. So I've been in on many of these conversations in the early phase of this. So in comments, I can sort of speak to how they've gone about this in a really positive light. But in light of that, museums having flexibility for height is really critical for a creative space. And so I'm wondering, how does the current zoning restrict that? And has there been any discussion on how we can liberate or create more flexibility with regard to interior ceiling heights in a building where the site is located?
Yeah, we don't. So zoning standards really are primarily concerned with just the exterior building height. There are some, like in terms of floor area, ceiling height kind of comes into play, but there's nothing really restricting you from having really high ceilings. It really just comes down to what the building measures out at, outside. There are some allowances, I think, for like if you have a big atrium, let's say, where there are multiple stories and then one story which where the second floor doesn't continue all the way through, and that's a vaulted ceiling space. There's some exemptions for floor area for that type of thing, but other than that, the code doesn't really get too much into interior ceiling heights.
Okay, I appreciate it. My last one has to do with about liquor license. And do we have any zoning designations that allow for liquor license within proximity to a school? Because with a museum, that's an important moneymaker and use in philanthropy is to make sure people can enjoy a drink while they're enjoying their space and having an event space. So I didn't know, given its proximity to the Waldorf school, would we be able is there a way to accommodate that on site, or are there just restrictions in that capacity?
I'm not 100% familiar with the state liquor licensing regulations. I know that we would require a use review for a restaurant serving liquor that was within 500 feet of a school, but I believe they can ask for it from the state. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if we have someone from the CAO who might be more knowledgeable about this.
Teresa, do you have an answer?
It is 500 feet, and I'm not aware of any exemption process. And so there's a strict prohibition, got to be 500 feet away from a school.
And that's the premises or the property boundary?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Okay.
No, I mean, we'll see where the applicant goes, just knowing from earlier conversations with BMOCA and folks. I know that's certainly something, and all of us going to museums understand that is part and parcel to how they function in many ways. So that, I think digging deeper into that would be something that could be quite helpful. So appreciate it. Those are all my questions.
Thanks. Tara?
Just one quick question, which thank you everyone who spoke previously for reminding us that these are quite a lot of changes. At what point in the process do we get community input, especially the mobile home park, because we're doing all these different changes to zoning, land use, et cetera?
Yeah, so it would, if council directs staff to start the process of a targeted update to the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, that would definitely be a part of that process. And again, we haven't created a work plan for it or anything yet. It would take some coordination with long-range planning and current planning, but eventually there would have to be, a public outreach process designed, which I'm sure would include outreach to all neighboring properties. So it would likely be during that process that we would get the bulk of the feedback from nearby property owners and tenants.
Is that it, Tara? Okay, seeing no other questions for staff, let's move to the applicant's presentation, please.
Good evening, Council. We're super excited to be here with you tonight. I am joined by Andrew Gadimi with Emerald Development, Emerald Properties, David Didone with BMOCA. We have our architect on deck, and we have a presentation that we would like to share with you. And we would love to try and address your questions during our presentation. If we don't, please ask us when we're done, because we do have answers to them, and we will do our best to try and incorporate those into our presentation.
Danica, if you can introduce yourself as well, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm Danica Powell with Trestle Strategy Group, and I have been working with the team for approximately 2 or 3 years, and I will be kind of facilitating this discussion tonight. So I will pass it off. I don't know if Sage has been promoted. Yep, looks like she has. Great. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andrew Gadimi. I'm a Boulder native, deeply rooted in the North Boulder community. My family acquired this site in 1979. Oh, keep going. There we are. Thank you. I grew up across the street just north. I grew up across the street and worked just north of the site. Over the past 35 years, I have witnessed the remarkable transformation of the neighborhood from an industrial area called Dogpatch to the vibrant Nobo Arts District. My intention has always been to support the creatives in our community. Nobo thrives because of the collaboration between makers, artists, small businesses, families, and free thinkers. I am committed to preserving the diversity, informality, and openness that define our neighborhood, fostering both individual prosperity and sustainable community growth. When approached by the museum, I saw a unique opportunity to invest in my neighborhood. Despite the challenges, I believe that the benefit outweighs the risks, which can be addressed through thoughtful planning and public participation. Today, we present a community-driven project. It is not just the vision of a developer, institution, or designer. It is the result of extensive community engagement, including research, workshops, and surveys. This input aligns with the Boulder Comprehensive Plan, North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, and Cultural Plan. The concept we share is a stepping stone with a final design shaped by the Boulder community. Our project focuses on transparent, inclusive decision-making processes rather than just an architectural object. We understand the transformative power of architecture in creating equitable, sustainable, and visually appealing spaces. We envision this project as a new benchmark for design excellence, sustainability, and public engagement in Boulder. Next slide. The North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, adopted nearly 30 years ago, couldn't anticipate the population growth, arts district's emergence, environmental challenges, or technological impacts. Therefore, we seek council's input on adapting land use regulations to accommodate programmatic diversity and density. These changes would enable the establishment of the Boulder Museum of Contemporary Art and provide a building density similar to the Armory and Uptown Broadway neighborhoods nearby. This zoning adjustment is vital to our concept's vibrancy and economic viability. These variations will support an urban environment with connected public spaces, walkability, and ample green space. The campus is a central point for the community, providing multimodal access to North Boulder, the library, Foothills Park, Broadway, and the trails. Our goal is to establish a seamless connection with parks, trails, and nature. Next slide. Our plan activates Broadway by creating a vibrant street with commercial businesses and a cultural hub. We understand and endorse the preservation of a Broadway access for our neighbors. Within the site and facing Shining Mountain School, we envision shared studios, live-work units, and multi-family housing. Our project aligns with the Living Building Challenge and embraces the idea of the 15-minute city, considering the holistic aspects of social, environmental, and economic dynamics in everyday life. We are committed to preventing involuntary displacement. From its inception and in response to our community outreach, this project was conceived as an enhancement for its occupants. We intend to preserve and strengthen the role of the carniceria and provide tenants, existing tenants, the opportunity to return at an equivalent rental rate. Our project is a dynamic reflection of the community it serves. It's a mixed-use campus that fosters creative production and offers various housing options to meet diverse needs. Equitable access to art, public spaces, civic institutions, commerce, and housing is central to our project. Before moving forward, there was a comment that I thought I could address right now, which was about market rate. So as the site is currently zoned and per the previous submission to the council and planning board for a project that we shelved, we could essentially build 12 units of townhomes that were roughly 2,500 square feet. So considering that, asking for the additional density came from extensive public outreach and community engagement that Danica will speak to about the typology of housing and density that they look for. And it is comparatively more affordable than how what could be produced as it's currently zoned. And again, I'll reiterate that we had no intention of the museum being in lieu of our inclusionary housing requirements. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is David Dadone, and I'm the director of the Boulder Museum of Contemporary Art. I'm excited to be here in front of this body to receive feedback about the concept plan we submitted to Planning Board for a creative campus in North Boulder, which includes a new home for BIMOCA. Just want to give you a little information on BIMOCA. BIMOCA has been serving the Boulder community and greater region for the last 52 years. Reaching over 170,000 people annually through 25 plus exhibitions and offering an average 250 programs annually, most of them free of charge. For the last 7 years, BIMOCA has been conceptualizing how the museum can continue to inspire and foster community for many years to come, for the next 50 years. Expanding our facility is crucial to achieving the vision and increasing our impact. We seek to create a state-of-the-art facility that will serve all equally, from artists to members of the community, youth and seniors, visitors to the city of Boulder, as well as the creative community. Next slide, Sage. These are some of the goals that we are trying to achieve with the new facility. An intentionally designed museum that will support a wider range of activities, promote deeper understanding of our mission, and be inclusive and accessible. As a creative anchor for the proposed project, BIMOCA's new flagship will build upon the work started by the North Boulder Arts District, the surrounding neighborhoods, and the future North Boulder Library. And our placement in the site will create a walkable, dense neighborhood along Broadway and the 4 Mile Creek, And it is our intent through planning and design that the campus and BIMOCA will retain Novo's authenticity and creative atmosphere while becoming an added resource for the community. Next slide. Our vision, this is our vision for the new facility, is to empowering community through art. And this is achieved through 4 pillars: exhibitions, spark imagination, and be the starting point for conversations and challenging topics in our exhibitions, in our community. Art education, providing platforms for members of the community to explore self-expression and the healing power of art. Artists, Boulder is the anchor of one of the largest arts communities in the state of Colorado. Over 200 artists live and work in the Novo area. Through the new facility, we're committed to advancing the career of local artists, as well as bring the national and international contemporary art discourse to our community. And then an investment in Boulder's vibrancy. An expanded facility will not only bring economic vitality, but will be a catalyst for North Boulder and beyond. Next slide. This is a little a slide that shows how we vision to program the new facility for the museum. The vision, as it was shared with you, it's to build a building that will host around 17,500 square feet total. We vision to dedicate around 6,500 square feet to gallery space, 4,000 square feet to community space / rental and event space for members of the community to gather, and around 2,500 square feet for a cafe / restaurant where people can share a meal after they're viewing an exhibition, as well as an open patio. The rest will be dedicated to a welcome area, museum shop, bathrooms, etc. We envision a sustainable facility that provides spacious, efficient galleries that honors the artists and are intentionally designed to display contemporary art. I am particularly excited about, in addition to the improved gallery space, is the flexible community and multi-use space that will allow us to better serve the community year-round through programming. As you may know, since we embarked on the visioning of the new facility, we have had the Novo, Boulder, and the arts community at the forefront of our vision for the new facility. Through community outreach and surveying at the beginning of the process, we were able to directly inform how we think about BIMOCA's new facility. The new space will be thoughtfully designed with community needs and desires in mind, creating a welcoming spaces that allow us to reach audiences who may not otherwise be comfortable in a traditional museum setting. Lastly, I'm excited to share that we have launched early this year a capital campaign, and donors have responded with excitement about this project and the vision for the new facility. We have implemented a $25 million capital campaign, and I'm happy to share that as of the end of June, we have secured 35% of the campaign goal. And Senator Hickenlooper has recommended BIMOCA's new facility in the North Boulder Arts District for a $765,000 grant through a congressionally directed spending bill through the Appropriations Committee. And that is not included on the 35% because still needs approval from Congress. Tomorrow's BIMOCA will continue with its commitment to serve a diverse audience in a new flagship building that better meets the community needs. We hope that you will support BIMOCA's vision of empowering the community through art. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Next slide. So I think the community engagement on this process is worth spending a little bit of time on. We're at concept review. And over the last 2 years, we've actually engaged with 2 different consultants. One was Michelle Ames and Wendy Lawton, who conducted interviews in the spring of 2022 to really reach out to key stakeholders and understand what the community was feeling. I think one of the key questions we asked then was, how does the community feel about BMOCA having a satellite branch or anchor in North Boulder? And what does that look like? And so a lot of this data, all of this data is included in our packet. We don't have a lot of time to dive into it. At that time, we also reached out to community stakeholders in the neighborhood and mobile home park owners. We also worked with Ford Momentum and Centro in this summer of 2022. At that point, we did a ton of interviews. They did in the community. They attended First Fridays. We did a survey with 138 survey respondents, direct outreach to a diverse range of community stakeholders. Some of you might have been involved in that, and definitely the mobile home park residents were, as well as the tenants and neighbors and other North Boulder community members. I'm going to go over some of those concepts in a minute. We also held a concept workshop in the fall of 2022, in which we invited another group of stakeholders to do a 2-day charrette to talk about more of the design of the project. And so just these are by the numbers. We also had a lot of support letters and speakers at our planning board meeting. We hope that you've read all of those letters. Next slide. So in terms of these crowdsourced community values through this long and far reaching outreach into all of the North Boulder community, not just the neighborhood, one of the things that came to the forefront was protecting and investing in the arts community. This arts community was not envisioned in the North Boulder Sub-Community Plan. It was created by itself with the work of a lot of individuals. It wasn't something the city, I think, envisioned at that time, and it's a wonderful thing that our community has to offer. Creative and collaborative design was very important, and that's why you're seeing the diversity of land uses and residential uses and commercial uses that really creates the space for people to live, work, and play, have economic exchange. And that density was encouraged in the community outreach that we did, that creates the opportunity for more gathering, more shared resources, and more economic exchange. Inclusivity and diversity is very important to everyone we spoke to. That showed up in a land use form as flexible spaces that have multifunctional use for every economic group, shared art spaces, shared open spaces, and a community amenity that can be shared by all. And one thing that really stood out to us is that don't focus on one demographic. A lot of people wanted adult programming in this neighborhood. There's a lot of that's happening around the library and Violet Park that is really focused towards youth and families, and adults and older adults were also don't forget that these are important parts of our community. And affordability is important. There are a lot of tenants that are here and they're very cherished and valued. And as Andrew mentioned, those tenants we hope will be part of this future development or can find a new home in some of the other properties that the Kadimi Group manages. And many of them wrote letters of support that you will find in our packet. Next slide. So in terms of the workshop, we had these 2 sessions, one in August of last year and September of last year. We really tapped into the creativity of the community to hone in on the program and the site plan. And so that was led by JV D'Souza, who is the architect on this conceptual planning. He is on the call if we have any questions related to architecture. Next slide. So the concepts were, one of the big design challenges we asked is, where should BMOCA go? Should it be on the corner of Violet and Broadway, or is this energy moving it to the north, where across from the library, along 4 Mile Creek, closer to Violet Park? And so we really grappled with that in our workshop. And the decision was to move it up to the north. This graphic's a little misleading because north I always want to see on the top of the screen. One of the other reasons that is a good place for BMOCA is that is outside of the shed of Shiny Mountain, so we wouldn't have any liquor licensing issues being close to the school. So then once we understood that the The museum was anchoring the site at 4 Mile Creek, really was about how do we create visibility to the museum? How do we break up the buildings so they're not massive and they have a lot of view shed, a lot of permeability? What happens at the corner of Violet and Broadway to activate that corner? And how do we modulate building height across the site, as well as provide for parking and these live work residential? So this corridor that you see through the middle of the site is where a lot of the activity will take place, live work units, commercial spaces, as well as commercial spaces along Broadway. All the parking is located either in a garage, a carport, or behind the buildings to protect it from the public view. Next slide. So moving into planning board, we went to planning board a few months ago. We did receive a lot of support at that hearing with over 20 letters of support and 11 speakers. Chandler went over that. I think we were really grappling with some complex land issues. You know, why are we asking for things that the code doesn't allow? And I think the reason we're asking for things the code doesn't allow is because that's what the community has asked us to ask for. So this is really a community-driven process, and BMOCA as the anchor tenant really allows the rest of it to happen. Again, North Boulder Subcommunity Plan was, I think, from 1995. It didn't envision the arts district that has emerged there today, nor the vibrancy that is coming, especially with the library and other things that have really anchored North Boulder. Next slide. Here's some of the examples of the letters of support that we received. It was a broad group of people, from neighbors to tenants to business owners to artists to architects. We worked closely with CU on the charrette. They had a lot of insight into the design and planning. The Library Foundation, our neighbors, Shining Mountain Waldorf School is a very important, Ponderosa Mobile Home Park, etc. Next slide. And with that, I'll conclude. I wanted to try and answer the questions. So if I did not do those, I hope that you will ask us and we can answer the questions that staff wasn't able to answer, and any new ones that you have.
Before you finish, I'd like to just make one point clear, which I believe everyone knows, but I wanted to reiterate. So our goal is to come to you with, questions and input. And the reason we're not discussing architecture is because that's to be determined. Once we're able to sort the programming and planning challenges of this project, our goal is to launch a design competition in order to move to the next phase. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Yes, we went light on the architecture to focus on the program. I think you have a lot of policy questions that Chandler has put forth, and that's what we hope we can have the discussion around to see if this is the right type of use and density and mix of uses and synergy that we're looking for in our community, which would allow us the opportunity to move forward. And just to add on to that, I think we talked a lot about the community engagement. I hope that you look through all of that work that has been done. If the decision were to be made to do an update to the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, I believe we can build on a lot of that work. As I mentioned, it was very extensive and comprehensive towards the whole North Boulder community. And it wasn't done by anybody directly on this team. We worked with neutral kind of third-party community engagement experts to really conduct that outreach.
Great. Thanks for that comprehensive presentation for Danica and Andrew and David. And now we can open this up for council questions. Rachel.
I have just one that's not responsive to what you just said. You hoped we would focus on Danica, so please bear with me. But this concept reminds me a little bit of looking at the North Boulder Library concept and being a real, sort of central for North Boulder community space. And so that made me wonder, have you engaged Growing Up Boulder or engaged kids specifically? I understand that Waldorf students probably have been involved, but are you looking at that?
Absolutely. And we worked directly with the library and Merriminster with Growing Up Boulder. We haven't done specific engagement with youth. But that would definitely be part of our program moving forward as we look at the site planning and the engagement of the public spaces, et cetera. So that is very much a part of our goal. And we have engaged with the experts on youth. And I know that BMOCA does an amazing amount of youth engagement. I actually probably at the first Fridays, there was also youth engagement, I believe. David, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, correct. Thank you, Rachel, for that question. Yes, we haven't done any engagement, but we believe that, if the direction of council is to continue exploring this option and figure out how can we fit the museum on that site, there's a lot of more community outreach that we want to do. We're really committed to serving the community, and I feel very strong about engaging youth because they're going to be the future stewards of the organization.
Thanks. I'll hold the rest of that thought for comments. Good to see you all.
Any other questions? All right. Mark, I figured you'd have something. You're muted.
I just want to ask a couple of the questions that staff could not answer. And the first is, what is the support for the value of the land donation?
I can answer that question. So because we don't have an official design, we're unable to get an assessment. What we did do is we took the land value of the armory and how it acted, as well as a project that recently went to planning board on 20th and Spruce, and other current market rates. That's in order to calculate that land value. I think the land value that is listed in your packet is something around $2 million. That is a number from 2008. If we are to look at the land value based on the market comparables that we take today, and estimate the net present value of that for the entitled project as we show you today, it exceeds $4 million.
Are you intending to get a third-party appraisal?
Yes. So our plan is to submit both the museum and the entire site's development through one singular process, and we would require a third-party assessment in order to do the land donation to the museum.
And the other question, my last question, is simply again with the parking reductions. Have you done any kind of study that will demonstrate the adequacy of the parking spaces for both the museum clientele and the residents?
Yes, we did some preliminary design studies and we looked at what the current parking requirements are for the museum and what their peak hours of operation. We also have had some preliminary conversations about offsite or sharing agreements for offsite parking when there is, an event.
Will the residents have designated spots?
It's too early to determine that.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought Danica said they would be shared parking.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shared parking throughout the site, yes. And I think we're at a 25% parking reduction. We think there's a lot of shared parking between the two uses. And in talking with Shiny Mountain Waldorf School, and I've worked previously with them, there's actually a lot of excess parking in the neighborhood if there was a larger event. But we think the parking is adequate to serve the day-to-day uses for both of those. And there's a really nice synergy between the residential and museum uses.
Yep.
And on addition, W was probably going to say this, but we also took into account the parking usages of the current museum. I believe there's very little parking with the current museum. It's a lot of street parking. And so we're using that data as well to look at what the right amount of parking is on the site.
Okay, I just want to avoid the situation where residents have to go across the street to park on a Saturday night. That would not be a healthy outcome. Okay, thank you.
I mean, I would add, Mark, to that comment is that the museum regularly, it's not going to be open at night for functions or for just to be showcasing the exhibitions. So there are some synergies while we are open. Some residents are going to be working remotely or working from office, so we'll be commuting. And while we are closed, residents will come back to and park their vehicles on some empty spaces that we will be vacating.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Lauren.
Thank you. And I also had a couple that just to follow up on that were brought up earlier. So there was let's see, we talked about the average square footage size of the units as being about 1,000, which I understand is, you know, what the by right project would, the units could be 2.5 times as big or something like that. But I guess I was wondering how you ended up there. Like, if we allowed more units, would you do slightly smaller units, or are you feeling like really this is the right square footage for these live work type units? And I was just wondering how you balanced that and thought about that.
I can answer that. I think right now it's an open dialogue. This is something that's proposed. We tried to provide a variety of different unit mixes. From the community engagement, we heard that affordability meant to some community members that they could live and work in the same space. For other people, it meant that they could rent a shared art studio space below and have a smaller unit for themselves. The notion that they could potentially have a place where they could both live and produce became more affordable for some people rather than needing to rent their own space. So this is a preliminary mix that we're proposing, but definitely open to hearing the city's feedback on that.
And just to complement on what Andrew said, I think from the museum perspective and the conversations we had with artists and supporters, everyone is really excited about how can BIMOCA also partner with the developer on providing some studio space or work live space, as Andrew is in partnership with a developer that might be possibly subsidized.
Thank you. And then for the floor area, I know there was some discussion about floor to floor heights and things like that. You know, over a certain height in Boulder, the floor area counts double. I was just wondering if that's been taken into account with sort of the floor areas that we're at already, or depending on how things pan out, is there potentially more floor area because of the way those calculations work out? That makes sense.
So are you talking about the building, the museum, or?
Yeah, that would be predominantly about the museum space.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think the vision is, you know, and that's, again, once we kind of finalize the programming and where the galleries will go, if they will be on the first floor, second floor, would be to kind of design, you know, ceilings that are more contemporary. Our current ceilings are somewhere around 12 feet. We would like to be somewhere around 18 to 20 feet. On the first floor, if galleries are programmed on the first floor, and then a little lower floors on the second, lower ceilings on the second floor, and on the third floor, this kind of rooftop patio. But again, this is dependent on how the architect that we will be selecting through a competition process will recommend the best programming for the museum space.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Matt, then Tara.
Thanks, Aaron. For one, it's good to see you guys, as always, in a different light. Usually we're in the studio of BMocha having this good conversation, and I'm glad everyone gets to see where we're at with this. My question centers around this flex zoning concept, which we haven't done much of, but as we've seen, there seems to be a roadblock and a barricade to achieve what has been an intentional vision to meet the needs of our arts community while also being transformative at the same time, right? That's been a core concept and goal of this from the beginning. So my question is, if we were to sort of go, and as we heard from Chandler, in a flex zoning, we have the chance to kind of pick and choose from various different things, a bunch of parameters that meet sort of the need and aspirational goals of this project. Is there something in sort of aspirational that you've wanted to do but have kind of just shelved it because it seemed impossible given the current set of limitations? And so I'm kind of curious if this is how we can really make this the transformative anchor to complement the North Boulder Library in the North Boulder Arts District. So I'm just sort of curious if there's something you just go, oh my gosh, with this thing we could really do this, but that's just been an impossibility given the current restrictions.
I would say one would be actually looking at zoning uses to allow for more industrial uses there. I think that's something that we face constantly in North Boulder. We own and manage, several hundred units that are full of mechanics, but also artists. And we're constantly confronted with limitations on what people can do. And so the combination of live works, but works being more broadly defined, or even a mixture of that within of more industrial uses with residential within this space, I think could lead to more transformative work or creative production. And then this isn't something for us, but liquor licensing or the liquor laws are an issue, and specifically where the museum is placed is strategic, and where it can be served and is complicated.
And I think to further answer your question, Matt, we also took what we heard from the community and what the vision was, and we put it forward knowing that it doesn't meet the zoning code as we know it. And so that's a risk, but we know that we had support, and this is a really dynamic mixed use project, which fits in really well with the neighborhood versus the previous proposal, and was these large 2,500, 3,000 square foot luxury condos with garages. So that's what the zoning wants. And we're going for something else. And we really hope that we can have this discussion on how to get there. We do think we have support from the community and the neighbors and a lot of the stakeholders, but it is this is a risk to put something forward that doesn't conform to the zoning. I personally sit in a lot of these meetings and sit in a lot of these community discussions. And this is what the community says they want, this like flexible live workspace and mixed use and smaller units, less, we're right next to Foothills Park. I mean, you get on the trail and open space is right there. So we looked at the idea of these larger units, and you would just, I think, 90,000 square feet of this 3-acre site would be, which I think if I'm doing my math right, is almost two-thirds of the site would be open space, which is just kind of lawns and grass and private yards. So we're bucking up against those open space requirements and other things that I know we're all trying to figure out how to grapple with. So we thought we'd go for it. I don't think there's anything we didn't put on the table that I think this feels like a really good, solid, community-driven proposal.
Well, I appreciate you going bold. We need more of that in our community, so thank you.
Oh, thanks. It's a little scary.
Kara.
Matt, thanks for asking what else they possibly could want. Before I ask my question, I just want to say, Andrew, how exciting it would be if we could put some industrial there with the live work. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one excited about that concept. My question is David, for just one sentence, you talked about affordable space that was subsidized for artists and creatives. Do you have more you want to say about that, or is it just too early?
I think it's a little too early. I mean, from the initial conversations that we have with funders and people who had made pledges, they are all interested in how can BIMOCA provide some additional space for residency and live workspace for artists. I think there's a lot of things that we still need to talk, and we need to further discuss this. How can we make it possible in partnership with Andrew and which is the developer. And he and I, we've been having conversations, and we are figuring out a way to bring this solution if this is something that council feels is an opportunity. I think both of us are excited about the opportunity, and I can say that this is what Andrew does. I mean, most of the warehouses that his family owns are occupied by artists and living artists that they're creating work. So I think there's a path forward, but we still need to have more conversations. I don't know, Andrew, if you want to add anything.
I just would like to add one more point, which is, as I mentioned, I'm from this neighborhood and I've seen it transform my whole life. And I have been really reluctant to think about a future for these sites as the buildings age and need to be replaced, largely because of the informal nature that defines North Boulder and what makes it unique. I think often what you see when things get developed is it loses, touch with the community that once was there. And so in thinking about the museum and a cultural anchor to define the neighborhood, I've also thought a lot about how to prevent people from being priced out from both living and working there. Because the moment that happens, the neighborhood loses its character. And and it loses what the intention of this was for. And that comes from shared workspaces, that comes from live works, that comes from intense community engagement, but really trying to create something where people within the community can come back to. And we've seen it on our properties. People rent out these huge spaces and then form collectives for themselves. And I think that has been like what has catalyzed this neighborhood into the arts district. It's not development, right? It's the lack of development. So how, if we are to develop, can we ensure that we create the space for people to continue to create and iterate without it being, a pretentious gentrifying force?
Okay, Tara, good. All right, that brings us to the end of our questions. So it's now time to open the public hearing. Elisha, how many people do we have signed up for the public hearing?
We didn't have anyone sign up for this public hearing, sir.
All right, seeing no one signed up, I will close the public hearing and say I dotted my I's and crossed my T's this time. And we will come back to council for a discussion. So Chandler, if we could get the key issues up, please. I think it's time to go through those. And so Elisha has just put them in the chat. Maybe we can just read them from the chat so that we can see each other's faces rather than having the presentation up. So I will read thanks for that, Elisha. The first key issue is, would City Council support either changes to the MU2 use standards or a potential rezoning of the MU2 portion of the site to allow for the proposed museum use? And would Council recommend a flex zone designation if appropriate? Who wants to start us off on that one? Bob, then Matt.
My answer is yes. I'm somewhat agnostic, and I would defer to staff on which process to use. But I think it was Lauren that asked the really good question, which is why are museums not allowed in MU2, but they're allowed in other MU districts? It doesn't sound like there's any good reason other than that's what somebody wrote down decades ago. And so absent some sort of compelling community reason why we shouldn't have a museum there, I think we should do what we need to do to get a museum there. Sounds like a wonderful concept and a wonderful plan. And if we need to fix rules that artificially prohibit that, then we should fix them. So I'll leave it to staff as to which the best process to go about, but I would be in favor of doing one of those things to accommodate this.
Very good. Matt? Lost Matt.
Yep. Sorry. No, I support going that direction, although it seems like MU2 isn't our only concern. We have the RM restrictions with regards to those units. So it seems like a flex zoning is the best way to go about trying to meet all of those needs, given those both the two zonings on the property. So whatever staff recommends, but I see the flex being the most accommodating to the various needs that this project has in order for it to be successful and be as transformative as we all hope and intend it to be.
Very good. Lauren, and then maybe you'll get closure on this.
I'd like to be the most obnoxious in terms of what I would like staff to do. It seems like if we're not, if there isn't a strong reason for why we don't allow museums in this zone, we should change that. I think that there are other things that we will need to do in addition to that. We probably still would have to flex zone or do something for the site in order to allow the density that they're looking at. But so I would like us to take the opportunity to make wide-ranging changes where they make sense and narrow changes if that helps move this forward.
Good. Mark, and then I'll see if I can bring us to a close.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the concept, but I have one caveat. Before I give that caveat, I would rely on staff to point the best way of moving forward. And the caveat is, let's be very clear here. We are picking winners and losers. Losers are going to be those businesses that are displaced on this property. And, my concern is the equity considerations of that, the nature of those businesses, who owns those businesses, and we ought to be a little bit mindful of that. Having said that, I'm still in favor of getting a new home for BMOCA, but I would like to know who it is that we are going to be removing from the site, either by lease termination or otherwise, because as I said, it's winners and losers, and the people who are not going to be able to operate their businesses there going forward are going to be the losers.
And Ginny, did you want to comment on that?
I wanted to give all my comments at once because I don't have too much. For question one, I would say yes on the flex zoning. And then two, I would say also yes to the land use map change or rezoning. And also this is a conversation as well between staff and the applicants. So as that conversation is going and you looking at what's happening on the ground, you get to choose what is the best way to move forward. So yes to the flex zone, yes to the land use changes. I would say yes to question number 3 as well. And number 4, as of right now, I don't have any further feedback when it comes to architecture in the site plan. I know that I have seen Danica come before council many, many times before with multiple applicants. And I'm very confident that the architecture will be one that we as a council will be okay with. So thank you for that.
Okay, thanks. And I'm going to call on myself here. Does anyone object to a museum on this site? Any objections to museum on this site? Okay, so I think that finalizes kind of question 1, but Rachel, do you want to throw in here?
I was going to give it a yes.
All right, right on. And then I'll just add to that, like Lauren said, I see no reason to not allow museums in MU2. So if we can get that done as part of this process, why not? But I'll leave it up to the applicant and staff about the most efficient way to proceed. So then if we could move on to number 2, which is considering BVCP and North Boulder Subcommunity Plan goals and policies, would City Council support a land use map change and or rezoning to one or both portions of the site in order to allow for the proposed residential density or intensity? So are people feeling generally comfortable with this? We can go into some detailed comments, but people are seeming pretty favorable so far. I'm seeing some nodding heads here. We already heard from Junie. Does anyone want to offer an additional comment, or can we just move right on along? Okay, that was easy for a complex question. And I'll just say that this involves multiple steps. So y'all have some work to do here. But one thing I would encourage as we hit the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan update is to incorporate some language about the art district as part of that. So not just talk about this corner, but talk about this vibrant artistic future for the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan in this corridor that can help to establish why we're making some of these other changes. So I just throw that comment out there on that bit of the process. Bob?
Yeah, I just want to pile on to that last comment, Aaron, because I think it's a really good point. The North Boulder Subcommunity Plan was created, what, 1996 or something like that. I've lived in North Boulder since 2001. It's substantially changed, both from the standpoint of the makeup of the commercial and housing mix, but particularly because of the creation of the North Boulder Arts District. And so I think we need the plan to catch up to what reality is. And I think Aaron is absolutely right that we need to, as long as we're going to fiddle with the plan, we should have the plan reflect what really is going on in North Boulder. It's not just this museum, it's all the things that have happened over the last 20 years around arts in that community, and let's have that recognized.
Thanks for that. Okay, so maybe we can move on to number 3. Do we feel that on balance, the project is consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan? If people want to just nod, that's good enough for me. All right, I'm seeing nods. So then number 4 is on to the detail of, do we have any feedback to the applicant on the conceptual site plan and architecture? Matt?
We largely kind of addressed a number of things, but I'll just so it's clearly on the record. I know it's been mentioned, but I would like us to really zero in on this liquor license issue and how we can resolve that, and what are any of those interesting ways in which that is possible, or talking to our folks in the state. But that would be something I'd love to see us try to resolve.
Great. Although, isn't it resolved by putting the museum on the north side of the site?
If I can, yes. So Matt, we did the study with, we hire a lawyer, a liquor license lawyer, who helped us identify the site. And if the museum goes on the north end of the lot, we would be at 500 feet from the new high school that Shiny Mountain would be building. Will be over 500 feet.
And Teresa, do you have a comment on that?
I do. We were able to do a bit of research since we last touched base about this just a little while ago. And there is a path forward with a waiver as well. And so I feel confident that we can accomplish this.
Rachel?
We're on just general feedback now.
Yep.
Right. That's all, everything's a go. So I would like to say, I think it'd be cool to engage Growing Up Boulder, if that's possible. When I think arts, I definitely think kids, and I think that's thanks, David. I think that they do great work, and would be cool if they can engage on that. And then my second is, not to be a broken record, but I wonder about a referral to TAB, if this is the right moment for that. I know that staff said earlier that would be a couple years out. I assume that didn't mean we would delay the project a few years, just that that's the timing it would go to TAB, right? Because I think that where that is on North Boulder, or on Broadway rather, in North Boulder, there's some other stuff happening there, and I don't know what's going to happen on the west side of that street eventually. So I think we just had some issues on the east side right near there, and so wondering if that is going to be looked at, maybe asking TAB about that, and also about just where exit and entrances and curb cuts and stuff like that. I think it's always good to get TAB's input there. So I would ask for council support for referral to TAB.
And I'll call on myself here, and just like, the one thing I worry about, Rachel, is that this project is going to have to go through so many different steps that are time consuming and expensive, that I would hesitate to put them through yet another hoop, particularly given, I think probably the only major transportation issue I see here is whether that easement access to the property to the west should be retained. And I don't know that that question merits a whole review by TAB. Personally, I don't think they need to keep it as long as the property owner's willing. But so I'd offer that as a counterpoint.
Yeah, I just think it's the west side Broadway section there that is potentially problematic or should be looked at, with dooring issues and things I think that we're worried about on the east side. So I think 2 years from now, TAB might have a better sense of what's going on there and possible new MUPs and things. But I won't be here anymore. So maybe we could do a potential referral to TAB, and then, 2 years from now, y'all can just take it off if you needed to. I think it'd be helpful.
Yeah, Bob?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's a middle ground there, because I do agree with Aaron that we're so far out. There's so much work that has to be done there. I wonder if this is a discussion that we could park, pun intended, until the project's a little farther along. We've got some of these regulatory hurdles behind us, and then somebody, whether it's us or planning board, when we get to this kind of site review or eve of site review, maybe that would be the appropriate time to determine whether a TAB referral is necessary. I don't know, staff, if that's. I know that normally when we kick things over to TAB at concept review, but this feels to me like it's so far out and there's so many steps to happen. It feels a little premature because I'm not even sure what questions we're asking TAB, because a lot of things are still in flux now.
If I may also just say, like, we've been told pretty clearly that you have to refer at concept and you can't do it down the line. Like, I've been told that explicitly by staff. So I do think it's now or never, and that's what we've been told in the past. And I won't be here to object if that is, if that law gets changed internally a year from now. So I would feel more comfortable referring, and then if you needed to pull it back.
Naria, did you have a thought on this?
I did, and I just wanted to ask Chandler again, because I think he certainly mentioned that referral could happen, that it was a bit premature right now, but that's certainly down the road as it was getting closer to being ripe for it, that certainly that was something that we were thinking about. So I didn't want to leave the impression that we weren't thinking about moving it forward and having TAB and DAB weigh in, as much as it's a timing issue. But Chandler, am I incorrect in that?
No, you're correct. And also, council can refer it at site review, or if you want to make a condition right now saying that they go to TAB when they come in for site review, we can do it that way. I mean, it can be pretty flexible. But I will just reiterate that it is super helpful if you are going to refer it to TAB to come up with a couple like key issues or really specific things that you want TAB to discuss if you want meaningful feedback.
Thanks for that. I will say again, like, that's different than what I've been told within the same calendar year, I think, on when we can refer to TAB and DAB, that it's, and none of these referrals were done to TAB prior to me asking for it at CU South. So this is a fairly new process, like within the last 2 years that we have done this at all as a council. And I think we are working through some glitches there, but I'd be worried that we will get different advice on a different day potentially on this issue. So I'd be more comfortable referring, and the conditions I would want is just, look at the interface and parking conditions on Broadway, and then look at entrances and exits, and just weigh in on thoughts there. And with that, I'll let it lie.
And Rachel, if I can follow up on that, because I totally like the door zone issue on the east side is a really big deal. Is there any contemplation of on-street parking for Broadway as part of this redevelopment?
No.
So in other words, there's no way we would put parking next to the bike lane that's just been built there.
Correct.
With that in mind, Rachel?
I actually met, sorry, Aaron, if I may, I met with Community Cycles yesterday and talked about this, and I think they were in the impression that we could put parking next to the bike lane, and that would never be our intention, nor is it possible. So I think having gone to TAB twice this week with Chandler, I think having clear direction on what you want us to look at, or just maybe directing us to work with Community Cycles or staff to make sure that it's safe and the connections are made, is also very helpful, so that we can start working on it now versus waiting till later. So
just to add on that, we are at this point 5 years in the making to get where we are now to you today. And because fundraising is necessary and contingent on certain timelines, postponing an additional 2 years sounds terrifying.
Well, the referral to TAB would not delay you 2 years. It'd be like a couple months at most, I think, but it would still be a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, I only said the 2 years thing just because that's probably how long the North Boulder subcommunity plan update and the BCP land use map and rezoning and stuff would take.
And knowing now that Danica met with Community Cycles, where I also work, I have to withdraw my motion. I can't make a motion that is relevant to a conversation I think that they had with the applicant. So I will withdraw that, and anybody can go forward with it. But I didn't know that conversation happened. I guess great minds think alike. Thanks.
Lauren?
This might be a terrible idea, but I think that TAB and DAB probably, it makes sense for this to go to them at some point before permit, at the very least. And I think that to some extent, I would be interested in leaving that up to the applicant. I think that nobody knows their timeline better and when they might want to have this figured out and get feedback on it, whether that's earlier in the process or later in the process. I feel comfortable leaving that up to them.
Okay, how do people feel about that proposal? With, I don't know, thumbs up, thumbs down, kind of, I'm seeing nodded heads, thumbs up. So maybe we can take that form, and I'll just add on to it so that the applicant can request those. But I would also request per Danica, what Danica said is to work with Community Cycles and staff to ensure that there's no negative effects on bicycle and also pedestrian safety, if people are comfortable with that. And while I have the floor, I just have one more thing on the site design. I really liked your paseo going south from the museum. So that looked like a delightful off-street kind of car-free area. And I very much hope that as you go through design iterations that you keep that, because I think that could be a delightful public space shielded from Broadway and right next to the museum, and hopefully get a cafe in there and what have you. And so I really like that about the site plan. Just put that out there. Nicole.
And I just kind of want to follow, since we're in the kudos stage, just saying thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you, Danica. Thank you, Andrew. You can really see the intention that has gone into this project to create a really community-centered, vibrant space that's going to serve our community for many, many decades moving forward. And I so appreciate all the work that you are putting into this and making this space for our community. And so thrilled that trying to think about how I can retire up there or something once this is set, but thank you so much.
Thanks for that, Nicole. And I'll just, Lauren, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that. I mean, your care for this community and for this area of this community is evident in everything that you brought forward. I don't think that we take sort of this level of request in terms of exemptions and things like that lightly, but that, your passion for this and for really doing right by this place and these people is wins us over. So thank you so much.
Rachel.
I just want to say to David and others, I feel like you all kind of took lemons and made lemonade for getting a new building up and running. Like if I remember back to 2019, and the East End plans, and you all have been working long and hard at this, so it's exciting to see it where we are today. And kudos for sticking with it, and again, making the lemonade.
Yeah, I'll add my thanks and congratulations. This is a complex thing you're trying to do, and you've chosen to do something challenging rather than what's easy. And I'm glad to hear my colleagues and myself supporting that approach. It's good to think out of the box. Sometimes we don't always do that in Boulder, but I think this has the potential to be a transformational for the north part of town and the southern edge of the arts district. So very much looking forward to the next steps. So with that, did you all have any follow-up questions? Did we leave anything unclear, or is that good enough?
My only, well, I'm gonna just ask a technical question because that's where my brain is. Chandler, did you get enough feedback to move forward with the land use discussion? And because that's, to me, we appreciate all the support and that's makes me smile, but path forward is important. Chandler, did you get enough feedback on that?
I believe so. I mean, from what I heard, council is supportive of moving forward with the NOVO plan update to amend the land use map and to pursue a flex zone. We may need to come back at some point with something a bit more formal for them to approve, but I think we've got our marching orders as far as that goes.
Can I just add to, and I just appreciate the work staff has done, and I'm going to steal a word from Charles. Like, this project is compelling to us as well as we're thinking about it, but we need this support, right, to do something so radically different than is currently in our zoning code, and just appreciate the clarity as we're hearing from council to really try something new. So it's an exciting project. We got our marching orders, and just appreciate the conversation.
Yeah. And with that, we can say thank you and have a good night, and we can move on to our next agenda item, right? Take care.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, so Alicia, if we can move on to our first matter, please.
Yes, sir. Our matters are item number 5 on tonight's agenda, matters from the mayor and members of council. 5A is a discussion regarding a proposed unification of ballot measures seeking to extend the 0.15% sales tax.
And so this was a request from Matt Benjamin, but I think we're going to hear from finance staff a little bit first. Car, is that right?
That's correct. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, take it away.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Cara Skinner, Chief Financial Officer. We do have tonight just a brief presentation of the polling results. We discussed the poll with Council back in May and in June. And as you know, the intention for the plan or for the poll was to gauge likely voter support and sentiment, just overall sentiment, sentiment regarding specific general fund services, priorities for funding, and then to test some specific ballot language. And as we shared in June, we hired Probolsky Research to help us with that work. Probolsky Research has hundreds of local government clients throughout the US in 27 states, including others in Colorado. And with that, I am actually going to hand it over to Adam Probolsky, who is president, to share a very high-level presentation with you and then be available for questions.
Good evening. Thank you, Cara. I'm going to share with you a presentation, and this is an executive version to get the conversation going. There's a lot more data behind this, but we're sharing these details tonight. And it's been a pleasure working with staff. So with that, I will give you some perspective on the survey itself, the methodology, and how we arrived at accurate data. So this was a survey conducted in English and Spanish. 400 likely Boulder voters participated in the survey. To put that in perspective, a statewide survey in Colorado, we'd probably do 900 or so, sometimes less, sometimes more. So 400 in Boulder, really robust. The majority of our respondents chose to respond online, which is just kind of the way we generally communicate these days. But we did have a third of respondents on the phone. Most of them were on mobiles, but there's still a few people that participate on landlines. So we were very inclusive in our approach and fully reflective of likely voters for 2023. So going into the data, we ask almost always an initial question of what's the top issue facing the community, and it's an open-ended question. They get to tell us all the words that they want to tell us, whether it's on the phone or online, and we categorize it. So that's what this slide is categorization of open-ended responses. The actual verbatim responses, the words they say, were delivered to a report on results to staff that anyone can read through. It's fun bedtime reading. We overlay the demographic perspective of who it is that's saying it, so you can get a sense of who it is, their experience in life. But here they've told us that the top issues to them are housing affordability, homelessness, and to some degree their public safety, and it kind of drops off a bit from there. What's kind of also relevant here is what's not on the list or what's lower on the list. Water, different moments in time could certainly influence the things that are on this list, but this is what they said on the days that we polled. So we asked them, do you approve or disapprove of the job the city is doing delivering services? This is that big question that they don't necessarily have to have an answer to. In a lot of ways, we're kind of not in touch necessarily with government, but most people are. And 62% say they approve of you as the services you're doing. A couple things to point out. First of all, this is not an academic exercise. The 62%, you didn't get a D- or an F. It's not the way it works. We're Americans. We don't agree on anything. So when we have 62%, it's a big win. So this is a big positive number. The other thing to look at here is the differential between the 35 and the 62%, not quite 2 to 1, but really big differential between those two numbers. We are never dismissive of our people who disapprove, but the fact that there's so many more who approve is a really strong place for the city to be, just in general and also compared to your peers. We also specifically asked the same thing about providing services, police, fire, and public spaces and facilities, and arts and culture programs. So you can see generally really strong numbers, fire being the most, 89%, police at 61%, again, similar, almost 2 to 1, big differential there. Good numbers with maintaining public spaces and facilities, but kind of mixed a little bit more. So, a possibility for a place for attention, and then really strong numbers there for arts and culture. They're very happy with what you're doing today. Big differential there between approve and disapprove. The unsure, I like to explain, is not us not doing our job. It's the fact that the public just doesn't have a context for it. If you haven't had a fire, if you haven't seen a fire truck in a few weeks, if you're not, engaged with firefighters, you just might not have context. But most people have a pretty strong, most people have an opinion, which is actually better than most places we poll in. People really do have an opinion, have a sense of what's going on in their community in Boulder, which is really great. We did ask a question about where you would want increased funding, and we laid out these topics. These were prescribed topics. They were rotated when presented, or actually randomized, I should say, when presented to the respondents. So of the 400 respondents, the ordering was fully randomized. And so you can see, and one of the things we do is we allow them to choose 3. We like this format because some people have, several priorities, several places where they want more funding to be. And you can see there's a little bit of a bunching there at the top with things like supporting homeless services, and then addressing affordable housing and human services, and also public safety. They're kind of really rise to the top there. We're never, again, dismissive of the ones that cascade and are lower down, but really you clearly have an identification of what they care about and where your public wants you to allocate resources. And that could be a guide, I guess, in policymaking. It's not obviously a mandate, it's a guide. So next is the question. We ask them the question that'll be on the ballot about the sales tax. And we ask it in 2 different ways to half the voters. And so one way half the voters, one way the other. This is the ballot language as largely we would expect it to be. There could be some minor changes to it, but essentially the first one, split sample A, half the voters got the question. Should it be extended until 2024 or 2044? 70% support, 24% oppose. We round up. So you've got very strong numbers for support for extending this through 2044. We also asked the question to the other half of the voters to be extended until ended by voters. So you have the chance to potentially do it that way without kind of, limiting it to a specific time certain. And here the numbers are virtually the same, right? You had 70 to 23 and a half. Now you have 70 to 22 and a half. I mean, it's the same numbers. Again, this becomes a policy decision for you all, but you really have support levels for both options. And then it's a decision to how you proceed. If this is a policy decision to move forward on putting something on the ballot for this. These, by the way, it may be a little more too granular for you, but this is your likely voter turnout. So pretty heavily female and pretty heavily English speaking, preferring English, heavily older, because again, this is a likely voter in an off-year election, heavily white, heavily Democratic and non-affiliated independent voters, and really heavily 5 out of 5 voters, which are the people who show up in every single election. They vote 5 out of 5 possible elections. So really that's who we're looking at, is this. I mean, you can kind of tell the profile of who it is that's going to show up and make these decisions in Boulder. I know that's a lot of data. There's a lot behind that staff has that we presented. We are fully available for questions to dive in however you want, certainly tonight and certainly offline. We can, have as many meetings as we need through staff to get you the data you're looking for.
Thanks for that, Adam. We have questions for him. Junie, you've got one?
Yes. I first want to thank you, by the way, for your presentation. I did just last week, I had a town hall on public safety, and I can tell you, based on that town hall, I felt personally, right? And sometimes we all see the world differently or think differently based on how people respond to us. And I have to tell you, I did not sense that there would be that many people who are in support of our public safety, how we engage, or the way we provide services when it comes to that particular issue. I had close to probably 100 people in the room, and they were all in various ways not very pleased with the work that I can say I have done and we have done as a city. So to me, to see that tonight, I really appreciate to see that. But nonetheless, I still hear those people in the community who are not happy. But I wanted to go back to something that I heard you say, and please correct me if I'm wrong. You mentioned the sample size, which is about 400 people. And I'm thinking we live in a city of close to 107,000 people. How is a sample size of about 400 people can really speak to how is this polling reliable? Basically, that's what I'm trying to get to, is that how can that represent really how people will eventually vote? And I'm sure you've done this work before, so I wanted some clarity on that aspect. Thank you.
Sure. So as I said at the beginning, I'll use statewide, not national, because I don't know how much confidence we have nationally with numbers, but on a statewide basis, 700, 900, 1,000 is very predictive of outcomes. And if you go back to, I mean, it's easy to look at this in terms of politics, right? You look back at a gubernatorial election in any given year, and you look at one of those polls somewhere in those hundreds or maybe 1,000 respondents, you'll see, 2-3 weeks out, a month out, it's very predictive of outcomes. So that's one way of validating that in a place the size of Boulder, having something that's, maybe half the size of a typical statewide poll is going to be accurate. Also, in the hundreds of polls we do for other government agencies, this is a greater than average sample size. So just to give an example, even in a place like Denver or Los Angeles or Miami, 300 completed surveys can, as long as it is fully accurately reflective of the demographics and the geographic layout of the respondents, whether it's residents or voters or some other group, it is very predictive and very accurate. And there's some math that goes along with it, but essentially the key component is making sure that we are dead on accurate when it comes to gender and age and ethnicity and geography within the community. That really gives us that confidence that whether it's 300 or 400 or greater, it's going to be fully reflective of that population.
Thank you.
Bob?
Adam, thanks for being here tonight, and thanks for doing the poll. I know that this is a preview to a discussion around the ballot measures, but I was intrigued by your commentary that our, I guess I'll call it our approval rating that was in the 60s or low 70s was pretty good. Can you benchmark that for us? I mean, you do these surveys for dozens of cities around the country. How do we, I mean, can you throw some numbers out there on averages or medians? How good are we doing compared to most cities of our size?
Yeah, so let me, you're putting me a little bit on the spot, and the answer is yes, for sure, we can do that going forward, but just because it might be easy for me, I can pull up our VADA, which where, and I'll give you an example of what we might be able to do for you all as a, something we can maybe, share. Let me share that, and unless,
only compare us to Arvada if we look good.
Well, here, let's see. I don't know. We're gonna show this until that staff tells me I shouldn't do this. So here's what we did for Arvada. You can see theirs was a community survey, so it was a different purpose. So you can see police right here, and parks, and I don't know if we had fire on there, but this is the kind of thing we might be able to do, taking the data that we do have and comparing you to your neighbors. So if staff tells me, hey, let's compare ourselves to these 5 cities or these 3 cities, we're happy to do that and give you something that looks like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'm just looking at your right direction, wrong direction numbers that were in the 30s and 40s. Is that comparable to the question you asked about our voters or our residents about whether they're happy with the services we provided?
Yeah, I think so, but and so we have to find some equivalent question. But also, I think the important thing here to keep in mind, we may not have an apples to apples benchmark because we're talking about a very high propensity group of voters, which, as I kind of laid out, is a very unique group that, let's say, kind of looks like you, versus your broader community, which has a profile that might be a little more diverse. So I want to be cautious about benchmarking based upon community results versus a likely voter universe.
Okay, well, thanks, Adam.
The mayor freeze.
Is Aaron frozen?
I was just going to ask that.
That took us an embarrassing long time to realize, didn't it?
That was no disrespect to you, Adam.
No.
I think our mayor froze out.
Or did we lose him? We may have lost him. I don't see him in the panelist list.
I see him now.
Okay, yes, I see him now.
Mark, it's go time.
I'm gonna say, with such a satisfied electorate, when do I put in for a raise?
We didn't ask that question this time.
Or at least more perks, shorter hours.
We still on questions? Is that where we've left it?
I think so, and I know that there's a different discussion that we had, but if there's other questions you want to Adam or the team, certainly they can answer them.
I do think we lost the mayor.
It's a process question. I know that we kind of rushed staff and Adam for a quick presentation tonight, which was not the plan because we added something to tonight's agenda at the last minute. Adam or Cara, are we going to have a more a second or more thorough presentation of the survey results when we were scheduled to do that, which was, I think, next week?
Thank you for that question. I think it's up to council. You know, if you would like a more in-depth presentation, we're happy to do that. We certainly could just be open to further questions at the meeting next week after you've had more opportunity to look at the report. Either way, we're open to however council would like to handle it.
And I assume that we're going to, at some point in time, we're going to publish. I don't think has that been published? Did you publish that today?
We put it to Hotline. We can certainly attach it to the agenda item for next week.
Some of us are not getting Hotline these days. That's a problem that IT is working out. So I didn't get it, and apparently some of us have not gotten Hotline for the last 30 days. So that's a separate issue that we all should be aware of.
Okay, that's good to know. We could certainly, I think, attach it to the agenda item for next week.
Thank you.
Could we say the hotline went cold?
It's a cold line now.
I'm going to take the opportunity to call Nuria, even though it's not my job.
Thank you very much. I was just going to say that I heard from the mayor that his internet went out and he would like Mayor Pro Tem for you to take the helm if you would.
Okay. Nuria, you're up.
Well, if I don't know if there's additional questions, and I saw Junie with her hand up as well.
Junie?
Thank you. Well, my understanding, I wanted to hear more from maybe Matt or Bob as to, because my understanding, part of this conversation relates back to the ballot measures. So now hearing what we heard from Adam, how does that impact us moving forward? And I don't want to say more because I feel like that's your presentation, Matt and Bob. Thank you.
Mark, I could take that if you're ready for us to dive there.
I am, Matt. Why don't you lead off and give us an update as to where things are?
I appreciate that. Well, so for one, Aaron certainly was involved in this as well, so I don't want to forget our mayor. Hopefully he'll get back in and be able to say his perspective on this as well. But, you know, with regards to these survey results, right, these survey results, and I can speak for Bob and I on the charter committee, this was in motion prior to the arts measure getting its certified signature. So this process was sort of going. And so I guess to the earlier question that maybe Bob had about whether we want to come back to this, it really centers on if this council decides that we want to unify these ballot measures, then coming back to those results may not be necessary because we're moving in a slightly different direction than those results are actually informing us about. But if not, then maybe that's the case. So maybe we can sort of table that. I don't know if Bob agrees there to some extent. But nonetheless, that's a sort of where I feel that goes. But with regard to Aaron's back, awesome. So where I would sort of kick off is where the CAC note came out was really with regards to conversations with the representatives of the ballot petition committee about, is there a way to unify these ballot measures, right? We had 0.15 potentially going all the way to the arts or staying within the general fund, going in completely different directions. Was there a chance for everybody to not just gain a little, but everyone had to lose a little too? And was there an opportunity for us to figure out how to unify these? And so that is what some discussions had led to. And I think this was the best case scenario in terms of making sure that nobody was sort of left out of it, and to make sure that the community really had one thing to evaluate on the ballot. And so that's why in the note, what was sort of informally agreed upon, it really takes us to sort of vote that it's something we want to move forward, was that we would look at maybe splitting the 0.15 50-50 and not picking a dollar sign. The 50-50 was deliberate because then as that sales tax revenue grows, each party's share of that revenue grows as well. And so it was important for us to make sure that as sales tax goes up or down, so does each group's share of that, be it the city and or the arts. So that was really the deal that was, and really the arrangement that was struck in trying to unify these two ballot measures. And that's what was brought forth via CAC. And so there's really that kind of conversation in front of us is, do we feel that it's a good thing for us to unify these two ballot measures? And in talking with the arts folks, they are very interested in seeing us find a way to build collaboratively going forward, and realizing that this is the floor and not the ceiling. And I think that's an important thing for us to consider. We got 4,000 people that supported this ballot measure to get on the ballot. We don't want to ignore that. So looking at this as a floor, not a ceiling, and the fact that, you know, this doesn't foreclose any conversation about additional funding that may come down the road, but that is for a future council to weigh in on. And so that's really what's in front of us with regards to potentially unifying these two ballot measures. And so I saw Aaron pop in right as I had gotten started, but I wanted to maybe turn over to Aaron or Bob, since they worked on this as well, to see if they have any additional comments that they want to add before we maybe field some questions and have some larger discussion after that.
I think you summed that up well, Matt. So appreciate you bringing this forward. And so I'll call on the people who have their hands up. I got many of them: Bob, Mark, Rachel, and Nicole.
Well, thanks. And Matt's done a great job of summarizing. First, I want to be very, very clear that while some of us, including Matt and Aaron and I, have had some conversations with the leaders of the ballot measure, we've been super clear in each one of our discussions that we do not speak for council. We only speak for ourselves, that any decisions relating to the ballot measures will be a decision made by council jointly. And so no deal has been struck, no agreement's been made. This is simply a discussion that's been happening ongoing. Others may have had discussions with the arts folks as well, and that's great. Secondly, there is precedent for a group to successfully go out and collect sufficient signatures to get a measure on the ballot, and then sit down with council and make some adjustments to that ballot measure. We've done that, I think, twice at least. Aaron, tell me if I'm wrong, in my time on council, maybe even more times. And that has the tendency to make the ballot measure even better. I applaud the leaders of this ballot measure for going out and getting sufficient signatures and getting themselves certified, but I also applaud them for then their willingness to sit down with council members and talk about how the ballot measure could be improved upon and how it can be most likely to be successful. That's particularly poignant in this situation where we have, I guess I'd like to say past tense, because I hope that council will support what Matt is suggesting. We have the potential for two competing ballot measures. One is one the city has been intending to put on in 2023 for a couple of years. We knew this tax was going to be expiring, and we have intended, and we've talked about the last couple of years about putting this ballot measure on by the city. The arts folks had slightly different ideas, and they wanted to have the funds extended but dedicated to the arts. And so what that meant, or what that means, I suppose, at this moment in time, until we change our plan, is that we would have two competing ballot measures on. Teresa, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's section 53 of the city charter that says if there's two ballot measures on and they're competing or they're inconsistent and they both pass, the one that gets the most votes wins or dominates. And I think we all felt kind of icky about that. I think this council has been, and prior councils have been working very, very hard to increase funding for the arts. When I first joined council in 2015, our funding for the arts was $200,000. And we adopted in 2015 a 10-year plan, a cultural master plan, which targeted an increase in the funding for the arts from $200,000 in 2015 to $2 million by 2025. And we're almost there right now. I think if you take out the ARPA funding, I think this year we're at 1.8 million. And I suspect we'll be at $2 million by next year. So that's been great progress and that's been great success. But I think many people in the arts community and many people who support the arts community would say that's not enough. That's great. And we're out of that big hole. And so the arts community came together and collected sufficient signatures on the ballot to seek a dedication of the entire 0.15 tax to arts. And just in numbers or dollars, that comes out to will come out to about $7.5 million compared to the 1.8 million that the arts receives in funding right now. So that would be a pretty significant jump. And so to their credit, the leaders of the ballot initiative sat down with several council members over the last few weeks and said, you know what, we're not trying to be greedy here. We have 4,000 people who supported this, and we think that there's going to be sufficient voters to support dedicating the entire tax, but we also recognize the fact that this tax currently is used for general fund purposes for all sorts of things like public safety and roads and parks and all sorts of other things. And so maybe we can strike a deal here where there's a substantial portion of it used for the arts, but not all of it used for the arts, and leaving some of it behind for the general fund. And after some discussions with several council members, the proposal was 50-50, and there's some elegance in 50-50. That would result in a pretty substantial increase in funding for the arts from $1.8 million currently to about $3.7 million starting in 2025, roughly a doubling. And as Matt said, that's not a cap. It's not like 3.7 million. That's all you get always and forever. That's a dedication. That's a floor. And there's the potential that future councils, whoever's on the future council, could add on to that. That'll be a decision for someone else to make. And so I applaud the arts leaders for their willingness to potentially forego 100% tax and say, well, we'll settle for a 50% tax because we believe in the greater good of the community and we want the general fund to continue to be funded for all sorts of other purposes. There is precedent for this. We have done this before. Teresa can correct me if I'm wrong, but we identify things we do when somebody pulls a petition is we identify who the I don't remember the right word for it, but the owners of that petition are. There's 3 or 4 designated people who are kind of the leaders of that, and they have the power and the authority to withdraw or modify the petition. Even though it's been signed by 4,000 people, we don't have to go back to all 4,000 people. If council puts on a ballot measure that's a little different than what was approved, they have the authority to withdraw that, and then there could be a unified ballot measure, which is really what we're talking about tonight, where rather than having a city ballot measure that's 100% the general fund or a arts ballot measure, which is 100% arts, council would put on a 50% referred ballot measure, 50% for art, 50% for general fund. And if we did that, the designated leaders of that petition would withdraw their petition. We would all stand shoulder to shoulder, both council and the arts community, and advocate for that particular ballot measure and really de-risk the whole fight over, who wins and who gets the most vote and all that kind of stuff. And we would all stand together. And I think that's something that would send a very, very strong message to the community. So I hope that my council colleagues will consider this proposal as a good and fair compromise that respects the desires of the 4,000 people who signed the petition, but also recognizes that we do need some of this money for the general fund. Thanks.
Aaron, can I add something to that? But Aaron, I didn't want to. I want to make sure you have a chance to speak on that as well. But I just wanted to add a caveat based on some of the emails we received.
Go ahead, and then we'll get to the other people.
Great. So just for some context, we've received some emails that sort of refer to this 50-50, but also refer to, in addition to having 1.8 million. And so I think it's important to speak to that. And what's important about that is the arts community is looking for transformative change for the arts. And I totally get that. And there's 4,000 plus people that support that type of change with regards to funding for the arts. And look, we just got done talking about how transformative moving BMOCA North would be. There's conversation about a performing arts complex. There's a lot of big needs in the arts community, and big needs need big money. And so what's important about that is I think where we have the opportunity to have that conversation is that we haven't even set this year's budget, let alone next year's budget. There will be a new council next year. And so that 1.8 is an important thing to keep open on the table for discussion, but isn't something for us to be decided. And so they're certainly going to lobby us. They're certainly going to lobby candidates to say, do you support having that funding be 50-50 plus 1.8, to which case that's a conversation for next year. But that's not what is going to be on the ballot for this year. That 1.8 has nothing to do with the ballot measure because it's simply just about the 0.15. But there's still part of that aspirational nature of what the arts community feels is the right amount of money to make them whole, to get them where they need to get our community where it needs to be with regards to supporting the arts. So I just wanted to give context to why we saw 50-50 and that 1.8 in some of that contextual email that we received from some of the supporters of the bill, but of that measure, or of the unifying. But I just wanted to give context that it's there, but it's also a separate conversation to be had for next year's budget. And feel free as colleagues to speak to where you are on that. But that's really a debate for next council. But I just want to make sure we understood where that piece is in relation to the 0.15 and how we divvy that dedicated funding up in 50-50, which is the proposal in front of us.
Yeah, thanks for getting that out there, Matt. I appreciate it. Okay, I got Mark next, and then Rachel, then Nicole.
Yeah, I'm going to take a different perspective. I'm very grateful that the arts people have come forward and that they're prepared to discuss this. I think that is gracious on their part. They certainly have qualified to put their ballot on their initiative on the ballot. But as the old joke goes, it's not the principle, it's the price. 50% of this tax is about $3.8 million. That is a doubling of what we are providing for the arts today. I don't know of any other department that overnight gets to double its funding. And the fact that we are still talking about the additional 1.8 on top of that is part and parcel of what I think has been missing in the conversation as the sponsors have marketed this initiative, because they've said, you know, we can raise all this money without new taxes, but they have never discussed the impacts on programs and services that might result from doing this. And it is, you know, we have innumerable priorities in Boulder, you know, including creating affordable housing, providing services for the homeless, staffing our rec centers, you know, keeping our pay structure competitive for our employees, and even filling potholes, removing snow. And instead of being sensitive to that, we're looking to guarantee money over the next very extended period of time when all of those other priorities are contingent upon tax receipts in a given year. But the arts is going to be guaranteed a doubling of their budget, and on top of that are going to be expecting us to appropriate more money on top of that. I could probably, you know, in the spirit of compromise, barely accept a 50-50 allocation if we were clear that we were going to zero out the 1.8, because doubling the arts budget now is a very, very significant increase. You know, over the past decade, as Bob has mentioned, we've increased arts spending many times over. And I think there's a willingness to continue that process of increase. Almost everybody on this council, I think, is supportive of the arts and hopes to increase cultural investment. But to do it on a guaranteed basis at that level of increase is really a bridge too far for me. And when you look at the numbers from the polling and where the community believes its higher priorities are, I am very, very troubled by a 50-50 split, if there's even a hint that we're going to go a dollar beyond that. Not that we wouldn't go, you know, maybe in 5 years beyond that, but no other department gets doubled in a year, and then gets guaranteed that they will have their budget doubled moving forward. And if we have another, you know, pandemic situation, that money is not going to be available for any other purpose other than the arts, even if there's no arts at that time. So I am very reluctant to remove the discretion from our finance department to be able to make the kinds of allocations they need to make on an annual basis. And they do it in a very serious way. They bring it to the Financial Strategies Committee, and FSC comes to the council and asks for its blessing. And these are very difficult decisions. They're almost excruciating decisions on an annual basis. And now we're taking that discretion away and saying, you know, this is guaranteed money going forward. I'm not there. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Rachel?
When I raised my hand, I was just going to ask, what's this process? Like, what am I supposed to weigh in on? But now I'm just going to try and wing it, having seen what others have done. So I guess one thing is I'm a little bit peeved that I got a lot of calls over recess about, like, here's where we are with this, you know, where people are thinking, can you would you like this, formulation of a compromise? And we got to a compromise and then somehow it changed. And that's a little aggravating because I feel like there was a lot of time and energy put into something that sounded like, the groups, whoever was talking, were thinking that something was going to work. So I'm aggravated that I didn't know, I didn't know about it until like today. And so it doesn't give a lot of time for responding. So just put out that aggravation. I also, I'm not running for reelection. There's no way I'm going to say, I will certainly support X dollars on an ongoing basis. Like I won't be here. It's just, and if I were here, I probably still wouldn't commit because I did serve during the pandemic. That was my early formative experience. And when the, what hits the fan, stuff changes. So I would be loath to commit any part of the budget like that, that I would feel would tie my hands if some crisis erupted. And, I think the arts is hugely important. I was someone who wanted us to dedicate extra, percentage to the arts. And we're doing that. And I just don't think extra part of the budget makes a lot of sense when there are just competing needs and you don't know what the picture is going to look like in a year. And so certainly I think that probably all we can realistically commit to tonight is, do we want 50% of that to go to the arts? And I think it's sort of a little bit, it could turn out to be, I don't know, artificial to promise something that you don't know if you're going to be able to follow through with, and you certainly can't commit to what any future council members are going to do. So I'm happy to do the 50%. I remain a little aggravated that it feels like the goalpost moved, but that's okay. I don't see how we go beyond that and have any legs to stand on. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. If I can just pop in here just to clarify, I think on what's on the table for discussion is whether we have a unified ballot measure that's 50-50 general fund and arts. That's it. People can throw in extra opinions on whether in some year there should be additional funding, but I think what's in front of us tonight is do we want to move forward with the unified ballot measure that's 50-50? So people can throw in whatever other thoughts they want to, but that's the specific question that we're dealing with. I got Nicole and then Tara and then Lauren.
Thank you. And I'm going to start with a few questions, probably for finance staff, just because I appreciate that folks left me alone while I was with my family, but that also means that I don't really have a whole lot of information kind of coming in tonight. So I've got just some questions for finance staff.
Finance staff to put on their videos.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then just let me know whenever. Okay, yeah, I see you. Hey, Cara. Hey, Mark. So one of the questions that I had is just from what Bob was saying, it sounds like our arts funding has really increased quite a bit over the past decade. Is that right?
Good evening, Council. Mark Wolf, Budget Officer. That's correct, Councilmember Spear. The numbers I was able to gather was back to 2017 was the latest year. Arts funding has gone up about 117% comparing, 2016 to 23. And that's compared to the overall general fund, which went up about 42% over that time.
Okay. And have other departments seen that type of increase in that time? Do you have any sense of that? I know the general fund just went up 42%, but.
Yeah, that's a good question. Generally, departments, no, not that large of an increase. This office, I mean, the funding that we're looking at is the Office of Arts and Culture, and that office has bounced around a little bit across a couple different departments, first in library and now in community vitality. So hard to say exactly office compared to department, but yeah, I mean, certainly compared to the general fund as a whole, it's a pretty large increase.
Okay. And I'm just wondering, I mean, it is, this is a really large increase. Have we changed anything about our criteria for how we fund arts organizations and artists in our community that we haven't kind of seen this increase in other departments too?
I'm going to phone a friend.
Like that option. If I had some options, I'd eliminate them for you.
I hope I can count myself as a friend then. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Spear. Matt Stansky with the Office of Arts and Culture. And no, the last time that there was a major renovation of the arts grants was in 2016 with the adoption of the cultural plan. Since then, the process and the criteria have been pretty much the same, with the exception of 2 major changes to diversity and equity criteria and process.
Okay, so as we've been kind of increasing the funding, we've also been focusing more on the diversity, equity, inclusion criteria. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct, but the increase in funding has been largely around addressing the shortcomings and needs in the grants program for bringing additional grant opportunities online.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I think another question that I have is just around the kind of racial equity tool. Was that used in any way and kind of getting to this potential compromise ballot measure? Does that inform our decision in any way? And thank you, Matt, as well. I saw you disappear. And maybe that's a question for Matt, Aaron, Bob, folks who were involved. How did racial equity fit into working on this compromise?
Racial equity largely, we didn't discuss that in a function because this was about 2 competing ballot measures that were going after the money differently and finding a way in the middle. So that there was really nowhere for us to insert that in such a short period of time of the conversations we were having to find a way to unify these ballot measures.
Although I will say that part of the thinking and the discussion is that the criteria around the granting of grants in the last few years has shifted to have a heavy equity component to it. So that as part of the thinking and the analysis is that more funding for the arts will necessarily go in a pro-equity, racial and otherwise direction because of the way the criteria are set up.
Okay. And then I'm kind of going to piggyback on what Mark, my Councilmember Wallach, Mayor Pro Tem Wallach was talking about. How do you all see this compromise aligning with our commitment to a financial strategy that moves us away from dedicated funds?
I'll answer that. Not good. You're absolutely right, Nicole. It moves in the if the philosophy is to move away from dedicated funds, this does not move away from dedicated funds. And so what this ends up being is a bit of a cost benefit analysis, right? Which is we're faced with some not good choices, thanks to our good friends in the arts group who put on 100% dedicated tax. So the question is, do we like dedicated taxes? Many of us don't. I don't. Would we rather have a tax that's 50% dedicated or 100% dedicated? I guess if those are my 2 choices, I'd pick 50%.
Okay, so sort of a cautious approach to.
It's okay. Not a good place to be in.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes down to your analysis of what you think the odds are that if we went with 2 competing ballot measures, the city one would get more votes than the arts one would. And that's why I think it was very great for the pollster to be able to come on and tell us what he saw. And I think what council is being asked to do, or some of us are asking our colleagues to do, is to kind of risk that out and say, do we want to take our chances at the ballot box, knowing that we could end up with 100% dedicated tax? We'd rather pay a safer route and have a 50% dedicated tax. I think from a dedicated tax standpoint, many of us don't like them, but that's not probably one of the choices on the table right now.
Okay. And I think then possibly another question for you all who were doing some of the negotiating. Did the group kind of putting this position forward give us any indication of what programs and services they feel we can cut to dedicate this funding? Like any ideas? I'm feeling like I want to phone a friend here. What are we going to cut to make this happen?
Great question, Nicole. And the answer is no. I can speak for myself, and others have talked to them. And, I asked that question many times, do you want us to cut back on public service? Do you want to cut us back on pothole repairs? I mean, there's a lot of things that we have a lot of priorities on. And The response has been focused primarily on the seeming windfall that we'll receive as a result of the library district. And of course, you've heard, since you're on the Financial Strategy Committee and I'm a member of council, you've heard of some of the reallocation of some of those benefits that we're going to receive when we're relieved of the burden of funding the library. Some of those have been allocated now for very, very good purposes, and the staff has reserved some of those for future needs. And of course, there's a property tax ballot measure that's that's a statewide measure that provides a little bit of uncertainty to us from a revenue standpoint. But I think if they were on now, their short answer to your good question would be look to the library windfall.
And I can be a little more specific than that, because staff sent us out financial analysis. This was a week and a half ago, I want to say, something like that, that talked about the future of the library funding. And in it talked about how I think there are three major categories where we've already essentially planned to dedicate funding towards, which are the care program, the day center, and the bond payments for the Alpine Blossom site. And those together totaled, I believe, a little over $5 million, maybe close to $6 million, with the library savings being in the $10 million range. So the 3.8 dedication of arts funding actually fits pretty neatly within that it still allows us to commit to those three significant expenditures that we've been planning on making, while not requiring us other programs because of that addition available. So that analysis was done pretty carefully.
Thank you for that, Aaron. And maybe Mark Wolf could kind of speak to this a little bit. My understanding from financial strategies was that in what we had all agreed to was that the library funding was kind of going to be rolled into our regular budgeting process this year, because we have something like $70 million worth of unfunded need in the city for things like rec center repairs and other things that folks need. So Mark, I'm wondering if you could speak to that a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, and as Mayor Brock had mentioned, council has made some decisions that impact that funding. And so to the mayor's point, we'll have to memorialize those officially in the 24 budget. You're right about that. It's all about trade-offs, right? So we're putting together the budget right now. Departments have put forward their best, their overall needs, what truly would move the needle as they see it, and it's really difficult stuff. And so, certainly based on council direction, we'll build the best budget we can within whatever parameters we have. Library reallocation helps us, and to those programs, the care program, safe and managed public spaces being another. All of those need to find a home, considering that work is currently ongoing. So at some point, it's all about trade-offs in the nature of budgeting.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. And then one of the other things I'm wondering, we've got, well, I think this is sort of a comment before I sort of get to my summary comments. Just, from thinking about this from an equity angle and kind of how we're going through our process of allocating funds in the first place. When we're able to do that from a holistic budget perspective, I think we can think about these trade-offs. We can kind of think about, for example, the feedback that we got from the community connectors as to what kinds of things we should be prioritizing. Something like this, really, we can sort of implement things a little more equitably once they're within a department, but the process of putting it there in the first place hasn't really gone through the tool or our general sustainability, equity, resilience framework. And that really gives me pause, because we're not just talking about, $50,000 here. This is a pretty substantial amount of money. One of the things that I'm wondering about, and almost done with my questions, we have this new ranked choice option. Is that just for candidates that we can use that, or could we potentially use that to offer voters a suite of things that they could rank, or is it just for candidates? And that's a Anyway, just wondering if that's within the realm of possibility.
There are certainly, so the short answer is no. By state statute, we would not be able to use that for ballot measures.
Thank you.
But that is a great place to think. That is greater form of more participatory democracy. So that's a great conversation to have with our friends at Fair Vote and RCV for Colorado and those that advocate for those alternative voting methods.
Well, I'm going to call a quick question on that though. Like, I thought there was a method where you can say this, in this example, it would be like voters, should we extend the 15%, the 0.15 tax? If yes, then do you want to extend it at this rate? Or, another one would be like, do you want to extend it at this rate? So I think you can kind of circumvent that arguably, maybe a little bit.
So Teresa, I wonder if you could weigh in here, because I think maybe you can confirm a factual statement that you couldn't do a ranking, but is there a way to do a series of questions similar to what Rachel is talking about?
Yeah, I can confirm that we cannot do a ranking. And as to whether we could do a series of questions, I'm happy to look into that.
Because I think with Excel, we had, an A and B part. And I think there was something else maybe where we had, right, like if then this. So I don't know, worth looking at.
Also, because whichever one, if they're all going for the same funding and only one can pass, and whichever one gets the most votes would be enacted. In some ways, if they were just all on the ballot, it would accomplish a similar thing.
Would you like 15 or the 0.15 at 100%? Would you like 0.15 at 75, at 50, at 25, at not at all?
Maybe a bunch of things, but I want to give Nicole the floor back.
Sorry, thanks for letting us call it, Nicole.
Yeah, no worries. It was interesting. Future discussion when we're not all so tired and going off track a little. I want to ask, why didn't we deputize some people or maybe FSC to think about this when it has such giant budget implications?
I would say because this is a political conversation for us to be having. That's the nature of this. This is we are weighing the politics of having two competing ballot measures going for the same amount of money. And as elected officials, it's our job to sort through the politics and the community interest as to the impacts of that. So having staff, they would be immediately weighing in on policy and policy discretion. And that's something we try to shelter staff from, is taking political positions on things. So I hear what you're saying, but I think we would quickly tread into water where staff would be immediately deferring back to us for judgment on the politics that ensues real quickly when we're dealing with a city of Boulder ballot measure, and then a ballot measure supported by the residents for over 4,000 signatures to put it on the ballot. So I hear what you're saying, but I think it would quickly devolve back to the state in which it currently resides.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I'm like, what I would have loved in terms of process is if we had talked about it as a council first. Like, do we want to go and work on a compromise kind of measure? Rather than having that sort of be happening and then come after the fact, because it does feel, especially coming back after the recess, like it's hard. There's a lot of information that we're trying to process on something that's really really critical here, and the politics involved in how we fund our operations has real implications for staff and for everything that we do in a city. So it does just feel like this kind of discussion. I think in the future, I would really love if we could kind of have it as council first and then go on, because it's a little hard for me that that our group discussion is happening kind of after this negotiation has sort of come through, and it when this negotiation has already taken place and we're talking about, $5 million plus of our annual budget. And I think especially Financial Strategies Committee, it would have been nice if we could have kind of talked this through and provided some feedback, since it does have pretty big budget implications. I will kind of get to where I'm going now.
Just to moderate.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Which is totally hear your points. And basically, this is the council discussion. If council says, you know what, that this is not something we're interested in, then, you know, we either say no or start over. We could go in exactly the direction that you're saying. If a majority of council would like to designate a subcommittee to go off and talk about it further, that's totally on the table. So none of these things are impossible. There's not an either or choice. You know, there's a possibility here that the organizers of the ballot measure have agreed to. So that makes it kind of a smoother choice, but there are other choices available to council. This is not predetermined. And so, you know, you as a member of council can certainly say no to this. You can also advocate for taking a different course.
I just want to add on to that too, Nicole, just so you understand the timing. This ballot measure was certified right before we went on break. And some of the leaders of the ballot measure reached out to some of us who were on break and said, can we talk? And during the course of the break, I remember I had several phone conversations and several emails while I was on the Danube River in Eastern Europe with these folks. And so some of us took our time from the break to respond to the emails and phone calls of the ballot measure leaders who wanted to talk to us during break. And Matt, to his credit, you know, on Friday said, hey, listen, we've received some inbounds from these people. They want to talk about this. Let's put it on the very first meeting we have back from break. So I absolutely agree with you that in a perfect world where time is not of the essence and we were not on break, if they'd come to us, somebody would have said, hey, let's tee this up for a council discussion, delegate a committee, deputize them, and have them go off and have these discussions. But this was an outreach by these people to some of us who were on break. All of us were on break. Some of us responded to their emails and phone calls during break. And Matt, to his credit, teed this up for the very first discussion. And as Aaron says, there's no negotiation, there's no agreement. We were very, very clear, those of us who spoke to them, that we do not speak for council, that we were happy to listen to what they had to say, that we were going to take it back to our council colleagues, and that's what we're doing tonight. And if a majority on council does not want to pursue this, that is perfectly fine. This is the first and only discussion we've had about this. There is a little bit of a time sensitivity because we are under the gun to get ballot measures teed up here over the next few weeks. As a matter of fact, we're scheduled to take a first reading vote on ballot measures next week. And so I think the question that's being asked of council members is, as haphazard as this process has been during our break, is do we want to instruct staff? There's two ballot measures that staff has prepared. They're in our packet right now. One is the city ballot measure, which says 100% of the funding will continue and go to the general fund. The alternative is the one we're required to put on because the petition was certified, which is 100% of the money will be going to the arts funding. And the question that council is being asked tonight, as short notice as it has been, is do we want to ask staff to prepare yet a third ballot measure that says 50-50? We can then take that up and first reading and second reading decide which of those three ballot measures we want to move forward.
Anyway, thanks for the interruption, Nicole, but if the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I mean, I think I'm reluctant to move forward with a compromise measure, largely just because I'm really reluctant to have this body be the one to dedicate these funds. It really feels like it's going against our financial goals of moving away from dedicated funding. It also feels to me like it goes against our adopted and approved racial equity plan that includes sending big decisions through a racial equity instrument. To me, the poll that we saw of likely voters this fall makes it pretty clear that likely voters are prioritizing housing and behavioral health expenses if we're going to be allocating more funds to things that are already in our budget. At the same time, I do want to honor that the arts community got so much voter support. They got 3,500 signatures in a matter of weeks to support this measure. So clearly our community wants, the folks who signed the petitions really would like more arts funding. So given these two pieces of information, I would much rather let our voters decide than to take away their choice. We don't have infinite funds, and there are all kinds of hard financial decisions that we're going to need to get used to making. I understand that we may get more sales tax revenue to offset the loss of this general fund revenue if we have more arts events. I also hear the business community saying that businesses are leaving our community because of the homelessness crisis that we're experiencing. And if we don't do more to address homelessness with some social services, addiction, housing, we're going to lose sales tax revenue. So this is a really complex issue as to how we spend the limited money that we have. And for me, it's a decision that I would really like the community to decide on so they can be content with it. So I would really like to send the arts measure to the ballot as it is, along with our general sales tax renewal measure. If voters would like to fund the arts instead of more general things like rec centers, parks, emergency services, housing assistance, homelessness, police, fire, all of that, I would really like it to be their decision, because I don't want this body to be the one that's going against our financial and racial equity commitments. Because once we start letting go of these important goals that we and previous councils agreed to, where do we stop with that? If we do move forward with a compromise measure, I would just really like to make sure that the racial equity instrument is applied before any funds start being allocated, just sort of revisit it with this larger pool of money in mind. And I'd really like to have the option to make use of extra funds if there's a formal emergency that requires more funds being used for human services and social equity. And I don't totally know how to do that, but I trust that staff could kind of figure that out in creating a measure. So if we're going to move forward with a compromise measure, I will not be voting for it. But if we do move forward with the compromise measure, I would really like to think about how we can include some things within that that are going to help it align a little bit more with the sustainability, equity, and resilience framework that we are working with now as we're doing our budgeting process. Thanks.
Aaron, do you mind if I add something to that just to help for just some clarity for
Junie was asking for a colloquy, so maybe
okay, all right. Can I colloquy on the back end of that?
So Junie, you want to get that colloquy in?
Sure, thank you. I want to add that I do appreciate the comments made by Nicole. And part of the reason why it's because as a member of the financial strategy, a former member, and I think it goes back to something that Mark said earlier, that we have so many different priorities. I wish that maybe there could have been a balance. What are the trade-offs? Hey, if we go for 50-50, here's what we're giving up. And as of today, I did not hear that as part of the conversation. So I wish there was more of that. And I understand, Aaron, you mentioned to us already, we're just deciding whether we want 50-50, but ultimately there is still part of the conversation is what are we giving off, right? For that 50-50. And then I do agree with Rachel as well. I believe I have seen ballot measures where we have, if you vote for this, would you like to fund the arts at 50%? I have seen that before. I remember I've seen that on my ballot. Now, whether the arts community would support that, that's another thing. We would have to go back to them to go back on, I guess, the negotiation that you've been having, Matt. But I think ultimately these are great questions, or I think there needs to be more conversation. I do support the arts. And by the way, ultimately, I will support the ballot measure. I will support the compromise because part of it is I support the arts. I know they've been struggling a lot in the community, but I do believe that Nicole has a point and Rachel's perspective actually might be a good way of moving forward. But ultimately, the arts community who's worked really hard may not support that because it might be an all for or nothing for them. If people get to decide whether it's at 50% or 25 or 10% when they already have 4,000 people. Actually, the work that the arts community has done, they've done more work than we have done. We have a sample size of 400. They have a sample size of 4,000. So I do believe they will win. So it's either we will support what they do and how do I put it, do this compromise where we still get to keep half, or we do what Nicole said we do and we might potentially lose because 4,000 is, as we all know, I'm not a mathematician, but for 4,000, it's much bigger than 400. Thank you.
I would like to colloquy before Matt because I haven't said anything. I want to colloquy right after Junie. Can I do that?
Go ahead. Matt's spoken a few times.
Thank you. I agree with Junie. I can't blame the art people. They have been shortchanged. They got hit hard by the pandemic. Most musicians didn't even perform or get paid for more than a year, 2 years at least. And a lot of these people had no livelihood. So, and we all, I mean, I know from when I was little that whenever programs got cut, it was always music and art. So, but most importantly is what Junie said, what I agree with is I'm a compromiser. I like to collaborate, but I'm also definitely not a risk taker. I don't like taking chances. I never gamble at casinos. I mean, I really do not like taking chances. So I feel like we could easily lose. I agree with her. For the best interest of the city, I think is to have one ballot measure and not take a chance and collaborate. I really feel strongly about this as a super practical person that I am.
Very good. Matt, do you have something quick?
Yeah, it just really responds to Nicole's question, point about racial equity tool and going through our process. We will be starting the cultural master planning process in 2024. This money from this ballot measure won't be triggering our budget until the 2025 budget. So we will have a very robust process that sets up exactly what you're looking for, Nicole, with regards to how to spend this money. So that the timing of that is cooked in intrinsically to the cultural master planning process and when this money would be hitting. So I think a lot of those concerns would be folded in very appropriately to the plans and the monies that would be distributed should that pass.
Thanks. So
was I clear that I wanted to do the 50-50
yes,
split? Okay.
thank you, Tara. And just from a moderation standpoint, what I'm going to move us towards here before long is whether we would give a nod of 5 to prepare a 50-50 alternative for next week's first readings of ballot measures. So it's a question of whether we prepare an alternative. The discussions will not end there. So just keep that in mind. I'd like to give people who haven't had a chance to talk yet a chance to go, and then maybe we'll catch up with others. And getting a reminder of a time check that it is 10:05. So we don't have to make a motion to continue yet, but just keep that in mind. It's getting late here. Lauren, you haven't had anything spoken yet, so.
Thank you. I have a somewhat silly question, but remind me, what is it that if the city puts something on the ballot, how much support can we give that thing? How much education or communication can we provide? What are our restrictions there?
I believe the answer is that council can pass a measure of support. And other than that, the city cannot do anything to support a ballot measure. And can a city staffer correct me if I'm right or wrong there?
You're correct. However, council members individually can take positions as well and do that publicly.
Okay, thank you. I've struggled with this one a lot. I, personally would love to double the funding for the arts. But also after reading that polling, and again, that was just sampling likely voters, not the whole community. So it's hard to know what the community as a whole wants, but it didn't seem like likely voters would choose that area for extra funding. So I'm leaning towards the opinion of I would like to see, I know that if voters approved the entire funding for the arts, that would be painful on our budgeting. But in some ways, that's their decision to make. And I think that, we've heard over and over again the need to reduce the number of funds that are directly allocated. And while that's not maybe my personal favorite thing to do, like I would like to allocate the funds towards all the things that I like. you know, we don't know, there are things coming up in this next election, like, you know, the statewide ballot initiative that would limit property tax collection, and could, you know, that or a recession or other ballot measures could cause shortfalls for the city. And it is good for us to have flexibility in the long term. I think where I'm landing is that, well, but there was some discussion of maybe having multiple options on the ballot. I guess I would be open to staff drafting it as we could, a 50% option, as we think about what ultimately we want to put on the ballot.
Okay, thanks, Lauren. And if y'all don't mind, I'm going to call on myself as the person who hasn't opined yet, and then we'll do some final comments and then go towards the check on the direction for council. So just the reason why we're here having this discussion is because of the direct democracy provisions that are written into our city charter, right? That citizens have the ability to pull a petition and gather signatures and put it on the ballot. And that's why we're on this kind of accelerated timeframe, is because we had dedicated citizens get 4,000 signatures in support of dedicating the entire tax to arts, right? So that's, you know, we're being brought to the table by that direct act of direct democracy. And I am impressed by their efforts. They've done really hard work, and that shows the amount of interest there is in stronger art funding in our community. But I do worry about that one passing on its own, because it would entail significant cuts in our current programming, whereas the 50-50 option would not, because of our library situation that we're in this year. So the arts are incredibly important to our community. I think we all agree on that. I mean, they're the art and soul of our community, if I might even say so. And they nourish the soul of our community. And the way that we have targeted our criteria recently, they go very heavily towards disenfranchised populations, the funding that we deliver. So I think if the 50-50 measure passes, we have a lot of opportunities to look at exactly how we channel that. But I think that we would get a lot of benefits for our arts community by that, and it would be done in a way that our budget could handle. And if we put the two competing ballot measures on the one hand, that it creates friction and divisiveness in the community. And I think the outcome where the 100% arts passes would be a significant financial hardship and result in the loss of essential services. So I think the 50-50 is a good way to go. And that's why I'll be supporting it, putting that as moving that forward tonight. So now all of us has spoken. So if we got a few more hands raised, if maybe people can be quick in their follow-up comments, and then we can wrap up. I've got Nicole, Rachel, Mark, Matt.
I think Nicole's might be.
Yeah, I feel like Rachel and Mark had kind of put theirs up. I just wanted to kind of colloquy to the colloquies on my comments a while ago, but Rachel and Mark, you're welcome to go first.
So I don't know if I'm gonna be brief, Erin, but I will say I'm confused by the, we got a lot of emails saying do 50-50 and promise 1.8 million. So, Mayor Brockett had said earlier, like, it's just about 50-50 tonight. And I didn't read those emails as like the compromise is 50-50. Like I saw a lot of emails saying this is only good if you're also dedicating that 1.8. So I might need a little clarification from the people who were negotiating on whether, if we say 50-50 and make it crystal clear that we're not saying 1.8 million is promised, is there even still, sort of a whatever kind of deal that was, it wasn't voted on by the majority of council. So put that out there. I don't know. I feel like I'm on sort of quicksand with whether we even have a deal. But I think we also owe it to the people that are asking for this deal to be very clear whether or not we are committing extra money in addition to the 50-50, because I saw a lot of emails suggesting that was part of this deal. And so for me, that part's a no. And I just think that probably should be really firmed up by people so that the other side knows what we are talking about here. There's been some discussion about like, we'd be deciding, I want to be clear, this is all, either way, it's going to the voters. So we're not deciding anything. We're just deciding what to put on the ballot, as other people have said. So it's either going to be 100% or 50%, or I think I've heard a little bit of support for possibly a variety of percents on the ballot. And I know that that is not the deal that was struck, but it is intriguing to me. I'm confident that when we put Excel on, there was a question like A, that was, do you want to settle? And B, if you want to settle, do you want to continue a tax or let this tax expire or something like that? So I do believe we can do something where it's, do you want to extend this? If so, do you want to, do you want to extend at 100%? Do you want to extend at 75%? However, I'd be curious if legal could give us the options of, 0, 25, 50, 75, 100. That gets to Nicole's, like, let the voters decide. And I think Lauren wanted the same thing. And then we can know, like, I don't really trust polls that much anymore, locally or nationally. So I'm not putting a whole lot of stock in that. No offense to the lovely gentleman who gave us that information, but I don't really know what the voters want. So I don't want to go back from our side on a compromise, because I'm annoyed with the other side for doing that. So, but I think it's an intriguing option, and I would be curious if we do push forward with asking legal to bring us something, or whatever department to bring us something next week, if we could find out if we can have a sort of scaffold of options to present to both voters. Thanks.
And Rachel, if folks don't mind if I kind of come back, I think like what I heard from the organizers of the arts measure is that they would like more general fund money, but they understand that there is no commitment that this council can make to that. So, like, for example, I'm open to potential general fund money in some future year, but I can't commit to it, and neither can any of us. So I think that is understood.
Not in my inbox, it's not, but I appreciate that clarification.
Thanks, Rachel. Mark?
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable making arrangements like this under duress, especially when it violates our goal of not having more dedicated funds and is not consistent with our general, budgeting processes. I'm also not as concerned that we might not prevail at the election. I think the priorities of the community are pretty clear, and I think that the priorities we set forth in our language are going to be much more appealing than the very, very narrow priorities in theirs. But having said that, I think it's our job to try to compromise where we can, and avoid conflict where we can. But I would like the same clarity they would like with respect to the 1.8 million in general funds, because for me, I'm prepared to double their budget with 3.8 at 50% of the tax. But I want to know, or at least get a sense from this council, whether or not they're prepared to zero out the rest of the general fund money, so that this is a doubling of their budget and not a tripling of their budget. Because I think that is simply an overreach, and it's frankly unprecedented in terms of what we provide for other departments. We give them 1.8 today, and if we give them another 1.8, the city will not fall, or go bankrupt. But I'm very concerned at going past that and giving them, or even allowing for the possibility that it's going to be dedicated forever at 3.8 million. And on top of that, there's an expectation, and it is certainly their expectation, that we're going to throw in another 1.8 on top of that. And that for me is simply a bridge too far.
What I just say there is that they can have no expectation of 1.8, but I'm afraid you also can't have an expectation of 0, because it's up to the decision of council next year to vote on in the budget. Like the council next year could go in any of many different directions on this and many other things.
Well, I'm in such substantial agreement with Nicole. I have to think that the end times are here, because we don't always get to agree so fully on any issue, but we do on this. And I think she's correct in her analysis. And I'm very supportive of what you said.
Very good. Nicole?
Oh, thanks, Mark. That was an excellent, excellent laugh. And man, if you look at the front pages of the newspapers, certainly the end times may be upon us. I just want to, be really clear and kind of center us in where we are. I don't think anybody on this council is lacking an appreciation for the arts. I think we would all love to see this be a place that has all the funding that they need, and then some. We also have many other places that are in need of more funding. We've got a lot of human services, kind of equity-centered needs in our community, rising rates of evictions, more need for housing assistance, basic needs assistance, all that kind of stuff. I really would love to move forward with this measure that 3,500 people signed, as well as with our original measure. If the signatures represent the community's desires better than the poll does, then we'll be following the community's desires if we quadruple the arts funding from what it is now. Arts are healing too. They provide a critical function in our community. And if that's where the community lands, then we'll make it work. We'll figure it out if that's what, feels important. I think there's a lot of ways that, arts funding could be used to support some basic needs, housing assistance specifically for artists, things like that. There are ways that we can figure out how to do this, but I really would like to let the voters decide so that we don't have to go against our financial strategy that we put in place of trying to not do dedicated funds and our sustainability, equity, and resilience framework for how we're doing budgeting now and into the future. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicole. Okay, Matt, you got a last thing? And then maybe we can wrap up here.
I think so. I've in some of my summaries, I hadn't actually given my actual personal perspective on this. So I tried to stay agnostic and present the facts as they were and let my council colleagues speak to their opinions and save mine here. So I appreciate the opportunity. For one, I really appreciate this conversation. I mean, this is fantastic. And in a perfect world, Nicole, you're 100% right. We would have had weeks, if not months, to talk about this, to chew on it, to run it through all of our various instruments and tools to make sure that we know exactly who and how our community will be impacted positively and negative by this work. And I think you're spot on for bringing that up. But the situation been a much more short-timed one. It came over our recess, and we're backstopped against statutory requirements to get this show on the road with regards to our ballot measures. So there's a lot of those things that put us in a position to be making a somewhat quick decision, albeit still an informed one, because we have two choices. And this is where I feel very committed that the compromise is a better way to make sure that one in the hand is better than two in the bush. And yet we all lose a little, but we all gain something. That poll only talked about the ballot measure the city put on. It didn't mention or put on a ballot measure that strictly said it would support the arts. And we don't know if that poll had 70% or 80% support. We are going in blind, assuming that 70% is the winning number. And it may not be. And so I think we have to be careful on just making those assumptions. And I think a compromise here is an incredibly good way to make sure that we move forward with the arts community in a collaborative way, because it could go in a bunch of different ways. That they don't win, we go general fund, they stay low on their funding, and we have an arts community that's not feeling their needs are being met by this community. And we also have the other side, which is they get the whole thing and we're having to cut big stuff. I mean, Nicole, do you want to lose the day center? Bob, do you want to lose, funding for police? Like, these are things that I don't think we want to give up. And so this compromise allows us to still have an opportunity to provide some support for the arts, give them something that gives them solid ground to stand on during hard economic times. They don't have to look over their shoulder that their knees are going to be wiped out. it also gives us a chance to preserve some of our financial freedom. So I think this is a great compromise for us to really look forward, put some of this behind us, and really think about how we can build a strong community for the arts and the economic vitality that that brings. And as Nicole pointed out, the healing that that brings. So I support this compromise. I think it's a great place for us to start, and it's an opportunity for us to move forward as a whole community, because I think if we do this compromise, it's going to get 85% of the vote, and that's going to be a great place to land. Certainly as we enter a political climate that continues to be a little bit challenging. So I support this for those reasons, and I really hope that we can get to a place where this gets on the ballot and we get the language right, and we move forward in November.
Thanks, Matt. All right, I'm going to move us towards a direction to city staff. So the question on the table is whether we want to direct city staff to provide an alternate ballot measure that's dedicated 50% to arts funding and 50% to general fund funding. Pure and simple, that's the question. And so the question is whether we have a nod of 5, but nods are too subtle for Zoom. So I'm going to ask for a show of hands of who's interested in moving that, giving direction to move that forward. So I got 7. All right. Thanks everyone for a thorough discussion. There are a lot of really great points made, and I appreciate everyone's passion for our budget and all the services that our city needs to provide and weigh against one another. So Nuria, is that sufficient for the next steps?
I think we hear you and we will take that.
Thank you.
I have a question though, Mayor Brockett. We're not committing ourselves to vote for it, right? Just by asking for this. So I would still be interested to know from staff if we have the option of a couple options on the ballot, and I would be interested in knowing from those of you who were, negotiators or whatever the right legal term is for whatever happened, to know is 50-50 with nothing else, like a real flat the agreement Mark Wallach can live with. is that what's on the table, and that can we get some crystal clear affirmation that that's true? So wondering if I might have support for I hope the second part will just be done and brought back, but for the first that we would be directing staff, wondering if there are 4 other people who would be interested in that information.
Sorry, which information specifically?
Could we have a ballot measure that has alternative options?
I don't think you need a nod of 5 to get an answer to that question. I think you can just ask for that.
Great, I would like that next week then too, please.
If that's doable.
And then maybe a second question of, if I get that next week, is it timely for us to, consider that when we vote on what ballot measure goes on?
So I guess I just look to Nuria or Teresa. Can you get us an answer to Rachel's question?
Not tonight, but next week.
I feel confident that I can have an answer to the question. What we will not be able to do is bring forward an option for you all that would include sort of those cascading questions. That's, I'm afraid that's just too tight a turnaround.
And does that mean that we couldn't get it on if we don't do it next week? Is it dead in the water, or we still have time for it?
There's still time.
Okay, thanks.
Nicole Mangiuni?
Yeah, I was just wondering, since we've got maybe a week or so till it comes back, I was just wondering if any of the anybody, staff maybe, has the right connections here, could reach out to some of the Spanish speaking, either centered or led arts organizations, the BIPOC centered or led arts organizations, and just try to get some feedback from them, because and also just some of the, if there are any kind of arts organizations that are led by lower income folks, because these are the people who are going to kind of see the biggest trade-offs in this. And it feels like really critical information to me that we have even some basic understanding, just kind of a quick check-in with folks who are in some of these communities that are likely, if we do have to cut things, they may be in those communities that are getting the bulk of the cuts. So is there any space? I mean, since there's been, a lot of kind of negotiating and things going on, can we just have a little bit of conversation with some of the BIPOC-centered cultural organizations, BIPOC-led cultural organizations, other groups to get some different perspective on trade-offs.
Councilmember, just a point of clarity perhaps, and I'm just trying to make sure, and without committing, I can certainly talk to staff and see what we can do to reach out if that's needed, but I just want to be clear on whether the ask is, how do you feel about the competing ballot measures, or is it what trade-offs? What do you think? What are your concerns about the trade-offs? So I'm just trying to make sure that if we're going to ask them something, that we know what you'd like us to ask.
Yep. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I would be curious to have perspective on these different ballot measures, because it sounds like next week we'll get a few coming back to us. What are thoughts there? What feedback are we getting?
Hey, Calpine just asked, is there any way we would get a statistically valid sampling in a week? Because I don't want to have us do something that is just like 3 people's opinions that doesn't. I'd be leery of that. If we can't do it well, I'm not sure I want to do it, because that might mislead us.
Well, we definitely would not be able to get a statistically significant sampling. And again, I'd have to talk to staff about it, and what it would be a short, anecdotal, qualitative, not quantitative. And we would be very upfront to share with you all who we were able to hear from and not, so we'd know. But again, I'd have to go back and talk to staff and see what we could. So it may be a data point, but it may not be a statistically valid data point, right? It's.
And is this more than 3 hours of work that would need an out of 5?
It is likely more than 3 hours of work.
I've just asked Mayor Brockett for that.
So I guess what I might ask Nicole is, because I think that kind of outreach would be really valuable. And we're not making final decisions next week. So the ballot measures aren't being finalized for a while. So I would be very interested in getting some opinions from exactly the organizations that you're talking about. I would want it to be on a longer time frame, so there's more time to do a little bit of outreach and not to overtax staff as well. Nicole, how would you feel about it?
Yeah, so no, I think what I would love to have is, before we sort of make final decisions on what's going on to the ballot, I would really value having some of that feedback.
Okay, so do you want to ask for a not a 5 for maybe before final decisions on ballot measures are made, to do the outreach that you described?
Yep. Yes, I would.
Okay, so then I'll ask Council, would you like to give a nod of 5 in the next few weeks to do the outreach that Nicole has described for a few hours of staff time? You can raise your hand if you're interested in that. I'm getting 5, 6. So we have a nod of 6 or 7.
All right.
All right.
We'll talk to Matt Shazansky and sort of figure out what the appropriate approach is to follow that direction.
And maybe also with engagement, because this feels a little loosey-goosey to me, like only to be engaging one group for input on this. So that's why I didn't vote for it. But maybe just talk to Sarah Huntley about how we can best do that.
And our community connectors. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, I got Junie and Matt, but let's see if we can wrap up, guys. It's 10:30.
Thanks. I have a quick question. It goes back to the comment about the different levels on the ballot measure. So that would be a question for Teresa, and then maybe Matt can follow up on that. If we alter our ballot measure to include aspect of another group's ballot measure, do we have to have their agreement? Because ultimately, we are threatened into I think that would be unfair if somehow we incorporate their ballot measures into ours and they don't agree with it, if that makes sense. So I wanted to know more whether that's legally something that we can do.
Thank you for asking that, Junie. That was going to be my question and point. So I'll say, having spoken with them, they have until we set title, which is roughly around the first week of September, to withdraw their petition. And if we put something on they don't like, they have no reason to withdraw their petition. And then we've just basically negotiated against ourselves. So it's really important that whatever we do, if we are really trying to compromise, we do something that they also endorse and thus give them motivation to withdraw their petition. I will say, in a sense of timing, from good faith, it would be good faith that upon after second reading, and we've had a public hearing, that would be the appropriate time for them to withdraw their petition, because that would mean in good faith, we've gotten it to the finish line and that they are still confident in it and thus would withdraw. So having a little extra timing on doing some of this outreach might start to get us up against a real sticky 11th hour deadline. So there are some concerns with how much time that takes, but you're ultimately right, Junie. We would definitely want to have the endorsement of this petition committee to actually put a compromise on the ballot. So this sort of staggered, tiered ballot may be dead on arrival for them. And it's probably worth us checking on that. But let's cross that bridge. But you're 100% correct in your assessment that they should have some say in this for sure with regards to their ballot measure.
I heard Junie's question different though. If I'm sorry, Mayor, but I thought she was asking like, can you do that legally? Like, can you have a competing ballot measure that is like partially similar to or overlapping with? I think the answer is yes, but I would turn to Teresa on, because I think I've seen the city do that in the past.
Teresa, if you could weigh in, if you don't mind.
I'm happy to. We absolutely, if it's council's pleasure, council could incorporate the exact same language that is in an initiative. There's also a mechanism by which council can adopt an initiative by ordinance. I don't think that I'm hearing council asking to do that. But it's certainly possible. You know, I'll also, since Councilmember Benjamin raised this issue, we cannot require the committee to remove something from the ballot. They can voluntarily agree to do so, but it is at their discretion.
Junie, does that answer your question?
Thank you. I think that goes back. I just wanted to add, I suppose, I mean, Bob and Matt, you've been working on this for a while now. You have the muscle to maybe do the outreach as quickly as possible. My understanding, if we're coming back next week, can we get all this negotiation and good faith, as you mentioned, with the arts community and say, hey, here's what we're thinking. Would you be open to now this new process or new way of putting your ideas on the ballot? Would you be okay with it? And then hopefully we'll have both of these, how do I put it? We have your feedback, and then we have what Rachel asked. So I think we would need both. We don't want to make that, I wouldn't want to make that decision without knowing that the arts community fully supported, because as of today, I do support the 50%. So if I support 50% and then you come with something brand new to me, and I know the arts community doesn't support it, I'm not sure I can support this new initiative next week when it comes without the feedback from the arts community. Thank you.
Fair. Yeah.
I'm happy to, I think I can't speak for Bob or Aaron, but I think we would happy to take that back and see where that goes. But we landed at 50% for very strong reasons for both of our sides. So, we're happy to have that conversation.
Just to be clear, we're not talking to the art community. The art community would be thousands of people. And we are talking to 3 people whose names are on the petition, who have the legal authority to withdraw the petition if they choose to. Those are the only people we're talking to. We've gotten dozens of emails. We haven't talked to any of those people. We have no idea what the 4,000 people who signed the petition want. We have no idea what the arts community wants. All we know is the people who have the authority to withdraw the petition have said that they would settle at 50-50.
Thanks for the clarification. All right, I would love to wrap this item up. So if seeing no other hands raised, let's go ahead and end this one. Thanks everybody for a robust discussion on the future of tax funding and arts funding in our community. And we get one more quick item before we can rest. Alicia, we have one more matter.
Yes, sir. We have our last item under matters for tonight's agenda, and that is the discussion regarding extending the midterm recruitment for the boards and commissions that did not receive any applications.
And Alicia, are you going to speak to this one?
Yes, sir. I'm going to speak to it, and I'm also joined tonight by my elections administrator, John Morris, and we have just a quick 3-slide update that we want to provide to you tonight to give you some clarity on where we are with the midterm recruitment process. CAC requested this item be scheduled tonight, and we just want to make sure council is aware of where we are in that process before your discussion. And so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to John to give you that quick overview.
Hey, good evening, City Council. John Morris, Elections Administrator here. Here to bring you up to speed on how our recruitment's going. If you want to do the next slide, please, Emily. So a quick timeline, we opened up our applications May 29th. They went through July 2nd. After that, we took time to process our applications. There was a good chunk for a few boards and commissions that were ineligible due to property owner requirements. And on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week, council members Folkert and Weiner accompanied me to conduct all our interviews. They are completed. And then as of right now, on August 3rd, City Council is set to make their nominations and appointments. And next slide, please. So here's a breakdown of our applications. We have 12 vacancies right now, and we received 12 applications for various boards. One thing to note here, we added a column on how boards fared in our original recruitment. There wasn't too much change in a few of them, such as BLA, the BJADs, and then a few others. So that's kind of our breakdown there. And then we have 2 options for council on the next slide, please. Okay, one moment, I'm going to move my faces here so I can read the question. Okay, so we have 2 options for council. 1, does council wish to extend the mid-year recruitment period for those boards or commissions that did not receive any applications or still have vacancies? If so, for what time period? Or the second option is, does council wish to continue recruitment during the 2024 annual recruitment with preparations beginning in September 2023? So with that, I'll open the floor to discussion and any questions from council.
Thanks, John. We got a couple of hands up already, Nicole and Rachel, and then Tara.
Just a quick question, then I think I can give my response. The board and commission applications that received 0 applicants this time, they also received 0 applicants last time. Am I remembering that correctly? Okay.
0 eligible.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. I think my preference then would be for 2, unless we are potentially risking some of the board work by not continuing to try to fill them. But it seems like twice in a row. Let's just wait till next time.
Maybe we can frame that in the form of a question. Would any board lack the ability to do their work if we didn't recruit somebody new?
To my knowledge, Mayor, I have not heard anything about any boards or commissions not meeting quorum. I know a few are on the edge, but I have not heard of any not yet.
Okay. Rachel?
I think when I was looking at that chart, it said we have 12 applicants in total and 12 open board positions in total. So I just want to circle back to a question I asked last time, which is, how do we get to a point where we can say, hey, we don't have a spot for you here, but would you like to serve on this board? These are people we know want to give back to the city and may have multiple interest areas and may have only thought to apply for open space or whatever. Like, I'd love to give everybody, if we got 12 and 12, why wouldn't we make that work? Can we make that work?
If I may,
some won't be qualified for, certain addresses or, if they don't live in the right district, but for the rest.
If I may go ahead and speak to that, John, if that's okay, and if you have anything to add, please do. I know at this point, council member friend, all applicants have the ability to apply for multiple boards. We've seen that throughout the last, all the recruitment periods. I think what we probably need to wait and do is to see what the consultant is going to do when they do that overview. And I know we are in the process of scheduling that and bringing somebody on board for that. And that might help the situation. But right now, with the way that the recruitment process is set up, the only thing that we can do is probably overemphasize the fact that you have the ability to apply for multiple boards if need be, because each board has different questions. So we can't just say, this applicant applied for this board, but you want to go ahead and fill out another application to fill for this board after we close the recruitment. We could do that, but I think that would be kind of counterproductive. But they do have the current ability to apply for multiple boards if they wanted to.
Thanks.
I hope that answers the question.
It does. And I know that people could do that, but they're not. And so I guess what I'm saying is, does anything stop us from going back and saying, hey, thanks for applying twice in some of your cases? Like we picked some else for that board, but we'd love to have you on this one. Because if we can do that, I would say it's been such a lagging recruitment season that I would support us trying to plug interested people into opportunities to volunteer and advise us.
And I think that what might help, I'm sorry.
And I understand that we're going to get, consultants help soon, but for now, when we've been in a lurch for quite a while with some of these boards, could that be a fix?
I think what we would probably have to do is get direction from council to actually figure out how that process would work, because there is the interview process for that particular board and those particular questions. So we would probably have to kind of get in some sort of outline of how you would feel that, that process should work. Because right now, the first step in the first process consists of filling out the applications, going through the interview for that specific board, answering those specific questions. So we would need to know some direction from you, how you would want that process to work, or get that direction from the subcommittee.
Thanks.
Sarah.
This is not what I was going to say, but interestingly, I did ask one person, we have so many people that are trying out for the same board as you. Why can't you try out for a different one? They said, no, I only want to be on that one. So it is pretty complicated, I think, to do what you're asking, even though I wish that it would work easily. But I will say that when are we expecting that consultant? Because we have the two Boulder Junction boards that always have pretty much nobody. And then for some reason, the liquor board can't seem to get people. I don't know if it's the time that they have it or what is happening. That's a board I would want to be on. But so my first question is, Alicia, when is this consultant coming on?
I don't know. I think Nuria can give us more definitive answers on that, because that's being handled by our Deputy City Manager, Chris Meschuk.
It is, and I'll say that we have somebody on board. We sent that RFP out. I think we are finalizing that contract and then ready to roll. So that should be soon.
So soon. So I'm going to say number 2 as well, because I don't see how our outcomes would be different by just extending it to the least, the boards that are, I guess, least popular, should I say? I'm not undermining them. They're great boards, but so I think 2. But Rachel, I hear what you're saying, and it is really a good idea, although way more complicated than it seems.
Okay, thanks for that. I got 2 people saying option number 2. Let's go ahead and do a straw poll. How many people agree with waiting until next year for the recruitment for these boards? Just give yourself a hands up here on that. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like. So it looks like we got council direction to just go ahead and wait, and 7 council direction to wait for next year on that.
And hopefully we'll have more input from the consultant as well, and maybe decide to go in a different direction.
Okay. Very good. Well, that brings us to the end of our last agenda item. Alicia and John, thank you so much. Alicia, for sticking it out with us and bringing the meeting to a close with this. It's getting pretty late. I'm starting to not talk well. All right. Any final thoughts? Seeing none.
I just have one quick piece at the very end. Just going back to the arts thing, do we want to authorize asking the city attorney's office to reach out to the petitioners of the arts ballot measure with regards to drafting language? Because if this is a combo, it makes sense that there's some combination input. So I just want to throw that out there. I just want to make sure that if that is a need or a will, that that's available, and because that's usually common courtesy that we do that with combining of petitions. So just want to make sure we're on the up and up because we have a week to get it done.
I hate to break that back open again, but Teresa, can we at least check the language that y'all come up with at some point with the petitioners?
So I have a point regarding timing. The packet is supposed to already have gone out for next week. They're holding it for this. If you want to consider this next week, we do not have time to draft something together.
But then if my personal preference would be, then let's get it on to first reading. If they have comments, we can make that fix at second and then pass it on third. I don't know if anyone cares about that, but then we have at least a process going forward. But I appreciate the clarity on time.
Great, thanks. All right, and that brings us to a close. All right, thanks, guys. It took a little while to get through all the issues, but I appreciate the good discussion. Have a good night, and I'll gavel is closed at 10:49 p.m.